I'm at... do I have enough space for it? Nie przejmuj się, Busiu. Busiu! Hold on, I'm uploading. Oh, it's uploading so fast. Oh my gosh. Okay, 13 items left. Co jest, Busiu? I feel like I shouldn't mess with the internet right now. Team. It's small, but it's a hard drive. It's like, gosh, 400 gigabytes. 400 something gigabytes. And there's photos on it already. Doom! I feel like playing a... Boo. Dronko Anko. Okay, I'll do this later. Hold on. Because I am logged in here. Ooh, Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Alright. I haven't done this in a while. Hold on. Persona. Oh, yeah, I played this. Oh, I have to play this on stream. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I can just... Silly me. What the hell am I thinking? I've got... Wait, what? What the hell? Hold on. What the hell's going on? Why did it give me a warning? The hell? What? Okay. Hello, Arbiters. Whoa. Yay. Hold on. What's happening with Clair Obscur? Hey, why isn't it working? Why isn't Clair Obscur working? Also, where are my loyal viewers? Oh, it works. Alright, I missed it. Welcome, beautiful game! Elgato Wave 1. I'm backing up my data, actually. Believe it or not, I am actually backing up my data. In 2 places. It's not gonna be just backed up in 1 place. Ideally, I had it... You know what I mean? Hold on. Too loud. Too loud. Come on. Come on. It's too loud, game. That's better. That's better. Alright. Let's see how many... Where do I see how many people are actually watching me? Alright. Oh my gosh. We all have missed this, especially me. Hold on. Hey! Wait, where is it? What is it? Oh, okay. Uh-huh. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I have to pin the mouse. Hold on. Somewhere around here. I threw the camera down. Sorry. Hold on. Technical issue. Right after everything. Does it work? Okay, it's working. So now the controller. Hello, Lettuce. Lettuce. I've actually been gifted Battlefront, believe it or not. The same night that you mentioned it, I've been gifted it by Dr. John's. I'm uploading data. I've been gifted it by Dr. John's. Yes. Fido in the background, being very sad. The walls are dry. Everything's okay now. But I'm uploading data, so I'm using too much internet right now to download Battlefront. There are 12 items left. Also, I'm copying the data to a separate hard drive. So I'm uploading it to a server as well as I'm backing my data. Okay. I'm backing. It is insane player counts. Does that mean that I would have insane viewership as well? Damn. Maybe I will download it. I'll download it soon. As soon as my data backs up, I'll download it and play it on stream. How's that? It's a fundraising stream, as the title implies. Did you see Mam Dani won New York mayor? No, I have not. Should I make it into a political segment? I've seen that the ceasefire failed. Wow, what a shocker. I'm so shocked that the ceasefire failed. Who would have seen that coming? Wow, wow, wow. I am so surprised by this development. My favorite part was when Trump lost it and shouted that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They've been doing it for so long. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Not many people watch it, but with a lot of people play. Okay. I need a game that many people watch, you know? Oh, that's good. We've got a socialist in the government. How do I continue? Can I not continue? Okay, no buttons are working. I have no clue what's happening. So I'm gonna stop the game and restart it, I guess, because... What? What the hell? What? Rent freezes and free buses. There's a power. Remember that in Poland we still have a power electricity freeze in place. Joseph Lenin, true. First it starts with rent freezes and free buses, and then it ends up with gulags and the Holodomor. True. Absolutely true. Nobody's here so far. So how have you been, Lettuce? I went through 2 major bombings in Kiev just this week. Fido has been missing me a lot, so I basically only came back for Fido, believe it or not. I could have just stayed in Ukraine. Some people might feel like strange, but use USA so Yaldo more. True. But I basically only came back to spend some time with Fido. I would not have. Otherwise I would have just stayed. Is that strange? But it just like it's just an additional ticket expense, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Okay, let's see if it works. Save in progress. Oh, maybe Stalker will work well on this laptop now. I'm so excited to try Stalker on the laptop now. Yes, it's working. Alright, we're gonna do... Oh, wow. It's been so long since I played this game. It feels like it's been 5 years. This game works really well on the laptop, by the way. I mean, it's just so strange because he's just a doggo. He'll be fine if he doesn't see her for 2 weeks or something. I mean, you would think, but I've heard that he was just waiting for me every day and sad. Just sitting at the... When I came back, he was still just lying near the entrance to the garden. He was just lying and waiting for me. I came back through a different entrance to the garden, but he was waiting for me to come back. I've seen it myself. I've witnessed it. So now I have an additional chat on the laptop. Wow, oh my god, being able to use that laptop is such a bliss. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe. I think the game might actually work faster on the laptop than on this, because on the laptop it's installed to an SSD and here it's installed to a regular hard drive. So you know what? It actually works better on the laptop than on here. It loads faster. Yeah, he's a puppy, so he's learning. Yeah. That's why I should, I should not just abandon him for too long. I should check up on him, I feel like. What a large screen. Oh, I should get one of those additional screens. Let's spill some ink. On guard. Ayan.
My turn.
Ah, it's the wannabe Gustav. Hello, Jack, don't do it. You glad to be home? I'm glad that I'm with Fido, but apart from that, I am eager to go back and do more work. Especially since this time I will be doing some work that I have not been doing before.
For now.
Oh, I thought I'd avoid that. Have to pay more attention. Oh my god, my parrying and avoiding has become so bad. Just a bit. I should have parried this.
Ready to parry.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Ready to parry.
I was not ready to parry. Spoilers.
Looking good. Let's finish this.
Target locked. Luna, careful.
She was not careful enough. Alright, let's see.
You're outmatched.
I cannot believe that. Oh my
Here
god.
we go.
This character will never be Gustav, okay? This character will never be Gustav.
Bring it on.
Do you agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? Ah, I won. I won. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nobody in the side chat. Hold on. Where am I going? What am I doing? We're trying to bury an arm. We're trying to bury an artificial arm. Oh. Oh. Maybe that's for the best.
Careful, Verso.
Yeah, I'm avoiding saying spoilers. I've been trying to get people in Ukraine into this game. Believe it or not. I will get people in Ukraine into this game. Trust me when I say that. There are certain people that I definitely have to get into this game. Trust in me.
Luna, careful. My turn.
I'm determined.
I'll do it.
Lune, watch out!
Ah, I thought I dodged it.
Not looking good. Feel the burn.
Kill the bear. Ah.
Let's carve a path.
Let's dance.
Excellent. Even a person with my reflexes got it. I just wrote Karasu. Karasu. Uh-oh. I have to check.
Luna, careful. Careful now.
Perfection.
Sorry, I failed.
Sucks to be you. Uh-oh.
Merci.
Bring it on.
Merci beaucoup. Too late.
Let us stay there.
For me.
Oh my gosh. Someone's gonna have to clean up this mess. I should have been quicker. Okay, that's not working. What?
Take your shot.
Uh-oh. Expedition failed. Obscure. The obscure has failed. Resolve found. Early stuff. I have to. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see how the situation is here. 26% complete. And how about here? 8 left. 8 items left. Okay. Good. Good. Alright. Things are going great. All things considered. So, where am I supposed to go now? Oh. Maybe I'll just go back to the... I feel like jumping should have been better realized in the game. I don't feel like the jumping is not that great. So once the files upload, I feel like I'm gonna download Battlefront 2. Although I don't know if it'll bring me much success in streaming, but you know what? I'm gonna try anything. I'm gonna try anything and everything. I'm desperate. Oh gosh, the streaming world has disappointed me in a few ways.
Ready to strike. Target marked.
Target marked. Electrify, I guess.
Please survive. Lune, watch out.
Let us stay.
Alright, we paired. Woo!
There's no dodge.
I'm not gonna dodge, I'm gonna parry it. You kidding? Dodge? No. That'd be stupid. Why would I do that?
Please survive.
Why would I? Whatever. Oh!
I'm ready.
That's what I'm talking about. Save in progress. God, this game is excellent. So many people that don't appreciate the greatness of this game and makes me sad. Makes me sad indeed. Oh, item! Look at this! Look at this cute little item. I'm gonna get it. Get it.
An advantage.
Oh! Alumina point is indeed an advantage. Oh my god, I gained an advantage by picking up an item. Wait, are those no this? These are not items. These are not item! More item.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Oh no.
Oh
Go.
well.
Too late? You're kidding me. I tried to time it perfectly. There you go.
Eyes shut.
You have met your match.
Lune, careful. You're outmatched. Here we go.
You see that? Perfect.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow through me.
I'm ready.
Well, I dodged it. That's what matters.
Critical improvise.
I'm better. Finesse and grace. Precise strike.
That was an item that I've seen. I swear I've seen an item there. I have no clue where I'm going though. feel like this is gonna be... Hello, I see the protagonist finally found a pair of shoes. No, that's a different character. Oh yeah, I changed her outfit, yeah. I mean, if you want, I can change it back to the one without the shoes.
Useful?
Useful indeed.
Vesso's dodge.
I'm not dodging this, I'm parrying. Hello, Zoshilik. Oh yeah!
Careful now.
That's right, I have to... Hold the enemy.
Watch out, my L.
Hold the enemy.
Let's carve a path. Here we go.
The internet did not die, right? Oh yeah, let me check something, because I'm uploading data. Believe it or not, I'm actually now doing a backup of the data. Are you proud of me? 8 items left. So what is in this? What is on my drive? It's uploading. And also, I'm still copying it to a hard drive. Oh yeah, I can... Hold on. I have to do something important. Oh, 2%. I'm lucky. Ooh. Okay, I should be okay. Where are you? What? What the hell? Oh, I know. Hold on. I'm smart. Where are you? Where are you? Oh my gosh. It's been a while. Why can't I? Jesus Christ. Where's the... Okay, I have to do it differently. Okay. Right. All right. Yeah, I know, but you know. Oh, I DM'd you. I've sent you a DM. Woo! Yeah. Oh. Hold on. Let me check the status of the files. Okay, it's uploading. I feel like I'm doing well with the files. I'm being responsible with management, which makes me feel good about myself. I'm usually crap with management. Oh, I'm also excited to announce. Well, I'm not gonna announce that yet, but you know, possibly maybe Stalker will work good on the laptop now, which excites me to no end. What exciting news I am here to deliver for you. And it's like, oh, you know, it's like boom. Did you get it? Did you get my message? Did you get my message? Oh, no, not. Oh,
Now.
God, this is what you get for trying to get me while I'm checking messages. Okay, you get parried, you get denied. Ay. For people watching, I feel appreciated. I feel loved. Lettuce, Lucialix, and Jack Don't Do It. My #1 MAGA viewer. Make America great again by making it suck. Sorry. Sorry, no sorry.
Okay.
You're not okay, but whatever. I'm gonna heal you. Wait, I wanted to... Whatever.
Just try it.
Don't try it. It should be don't try it, like in Star Wars.
Okay.
I'll be still alive.
Let me explode.
Did you just say let me explode?
Strike.
It's because of the mark status. The mark status greatly upgrades the damage. It's just explaining the mechanic. How's the data copying? 1 hour 40 minutes and it'll be done. But once I upload anti-war president, true. Oh my god, true. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh god. Congratulations to everyone. God bless the Middle East. God bless America. God bless. No new wars. Let's go. True. No new wars. Of course. Why would there be any new wars when there will never be any new wars? You silly. Will never be new wars. What can I teach him? It's cool. Overload. Increase rank to A and refills all AP, but self. Oh my god, that doesn't sound so nice. Leadership. Reduces current rank. That's actually pretty cool. Perfect break. Perfect break seems okay. War? I hardly know her. True. Who would have even, you know? True. Oh. War. Iran has been historically screwed over as well. Maybe I should do a whole history thing about Iran. Screen watcher. I'm new here. What are you discussing?
Ready to evade.
Hello. Oh, can I ask you a few questions? Okay. I'm gonna ask you a quick questions, okay? How did you find this stream? What other streamers do you watch? And should I introduce myself before saying what we are discussing? After you answer these questions, I shall give you the how you should say oh my gosh, customized treatment. Don't worry, I do this with every new viewer because I I put extra care.
I'll do it.
I just returned from Ukraine, so we are talking about that a bit. And then I'm heading to Ukraine again. Uh-oh. I've just finished work. I can tell you a bit about that as well. It's been very intense. I found a link in Sunday's Discord. Oh, so you're a President Sunday viewer. Listen, I'm part of the history thing, so look forward to me preparing a Fighting Empire episode. Because I'll definitely be doing that soon. So, Lucy Haze, that's my name. It's pronounced Haze. I'm a Polish trans Jewish streamer. I'm a trans woman. And I do political commentary I usually cover the news. I know. I know. I do history. And I also cover the war in Ukraine. I travel to Ukraine to do interviews about children and how they are affected by war. Primarily kidnapped children, but I've also expanded to just children in Ukraine that are affected by war. I've been doing a lot of interviews this week alone. 6 interviews this week. A very exciting time. And now I've come back. Okay, this might sound very silly, but I've got a dog. I've gotten a dog. He's still a puppy. And he misses me a lot when I go to Ukraine. So I came back for a bit to spend time with my dog. And then I'm gonna be heading back. And I'm sort of fundraising to for new expenses. Especially since up till now I've always kept to Kyiv, and there is a high possibility that I'll be going to other places this time around, more east, like Kharkiv and stuff like that, in order to go to centers that take care of children. Kharkiv is a bit more of an intense place, so also probably the stories will be a bit more intense of the children. Also, I've been writing an article, a second article. Also, I've been trying to get my first article off the ground. And by off the ground, I mean published. So that's it. That's it, basically. And right now, we were briefly discussing Iran and Israel and the US. And how Trump is a forever peace president, a peacemaker and a deal maker, and an amazing fellow all around. We are all fans of Trump here, obviously. My Topo dog, and wow, you're no, I'm not that amazing. You're far more amazing people than me that are in Ukraine right now. German Shepherd, long hair. It's a dog of the Fido variety. Yeah, I've chosen the most stereotypical American dog name. Fido. Which apparently was Abraham Lincoln's dog. Apparently that's how the name got popularized. Abraham Lincoln had a dog named Fido. But yes, thank you. I'll be trying to do some more prepared content with the recorded material from the interviews as well. That's gonna be pretty nice, I believe. So, I always do the formula. If you like what I do, if you like my morals, my stuff, then why not consider donating or subscribing so that I can do more work. It's also funny because it sounds like fight in Polish, which is very close to the word for pooping. Oh my god, spajda. Oh my goodness, that's true. That's actually true. Fido się spajda. I've never even thought of it. I never thought of that. Fido się spajda. Hold on. And also we are playing the best game. Okay? Obscure Expedition 33. Okay? It's a game that I recommend to everybody who likes good games. Got him. True. Got him. I didn't know you could do that. I just discovered it so deep in the game that you can destroy crates like that. Oh. Look, it looks like it cannot be destroyed, but... Yeah, actually destroyed. Wow. I wonder how many items I've missed like that. But yes. Also, how do you like this stream so far, Screen Watcher? You know, just for you, we might do some politicking because stuff has happened. The ceasefire has failed. I've already done a segment on the ceasefire, which I will have to prepare for fake Alec Parker to edit. And now I want to talk about how it failed again. Well, again, continuously failing. Like, I knew it. The moment he started tweeting or whatever, truth socializing about how there's a ceasefire that everybody just agreed to, I believe the thing that I said was, well, I want some source that would, you know, confirm it that's not Trump. I want someone that's not Trump to confirm it because he has a really bad record when it comes to ceasefires. I don't trust Trump's word when he says that he had a great talk or that that everybody just agreed to his ceasefire. 2 hours? I think it's been broken within 1 hour till that since the deadline or something. Like 1 hour and 15 minutes or something like that. Little injury. I think it was a bit over an hour, but like it's ridiculous. Even more ridiculous. Oh god. Oh my god. Even more ridiculously was how Russia was like Medvedev. Not the shortest, but not great. Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, Trump in this case can actually boast that he got them to agree to one, even though Iran said along the way that they'd never agreed to any ceasefire. That's a thing. But with Ukraine, he cannot even get a temporary, partial ceasefire. So, part of the deal. True. True. Also, I want to say, oh yeah, Russia, Medvedev, the former temporary president of Russia, was like, we're gonna give nukes to Iran. And then Trump was like, wait, hold on, did I mishear you? Did you just say that you will give nukes to Iran? And Medvedev immediately backed off and said, well, no, I never said that. I never said we will give nukes. I just condemned the attack by the US and said that some countries would give nukes, but I never said Russia would. I never said that. Wow. God. That was so pathetic. Don't be mad, Trump. I never said anything against you. I would never. God. I feel like I should give a thing. Oh, item. This game has a lot of Dark Souls vibes, actually. Do you agree? Chat. Hypers in chat if you agree. and lock in. There's a lot to talk about the Strait
Please.
of Hormuz being mined. Wait, it's been mined? Hold on, I have to check it out. I know that it was supposed to be blocked in order to raise the price of gas and oil. Oil. There's a lot of talk about the Strait of Hormuz being mined. The UN Security Council meeting was a joke. Yeah, it was. It always is, by the way. But surprisingly, the oil prices did not skyrocket. Okay, I have an unexpected political segment right now, so I'm gonna make the game quieter. Okay, and I'm gonna have a special guest on stream, a Hungarian, because I cover all sorts of politics, and there's been a twist in Hungarian politics, and I'm gonna have a Hungarian diaspora person that is very much in tune with Hungarian politics, and we will be talking about the possibility of Orban losing the parliamentary elections soon, which is exciting to me. There's a lot of talk about the Strait of Hamas being. It might just be blustering. Maybe. It's not been blocked at the end of the day, I think. I have to check for updates. It would be very bad if the oil prices went up. It would be very good for Russia. Russia really wants that. So we're having a special guest. Hold on. Start voice call. I'm going to go to OBS. We're gonna have a very beautiful visual of Obscure Expedition 33. Wait, hold on. I have to check some stuff because I cannot hear you. Okay, I should be able to hear you. Can you?
I think to hear me, I need to talk as well, right?
Yeah, you need to talk. I was wondering if you were talking, but I guess not.
No, I wasn't. I was silent.
Okay, that's good. That means that nothing is malfunctioning. So that's actually good news. All right. How are you? Do you know the game Obscure Expedition 33?
Yeah, I mean, I've been targeted with that advert a lot. Yeah.
Oh, here's your audio quality is a bit. Can you do something?
I have no idea how to change it.
Okay, I'll just make you louder. I'll make you louder, and I'll leave it to fake Alec Cal Parker to figure it out.
I might be too silent as well. Maybe I have to talk. My throat is not the best.
Oh, you've been ill?
Yeah,
Imagine.
on and off. Yeah, on and off.
Yeah. It might just be frustrating. Hence, they float giving nukes to Iran. I mean, okay, I guess there's a. So you know Expedition 33?
Yeah, I seen the adverts. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? I think it's a great game.
I don't like these kind of game styles, so it's not attracting me. Seems to be a nice game. Whoever wants to play that kind of game, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe even a great story, but it's not something I'm interested in. You know.
Yeah. It's like a
Not my-
mixture
not
of
my game.
like a mixture of Souls with turn-based with it's a bunch of stuff. That is good.
Yeah, but I never played soul-like games either. It's like
Wow.
not my gaming.
Cannot believe you.
Yeah, you need to believe. You need to believe me. I'm not. First of all, I'm not a console player, so I haven't played old consoles. Second, I'm not playing so much games either.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, so what do you think of well, before we go to Hungary, maybe let's talk about broader stuff. What do you think about the art of the deal how do you feel about the quote unquote ceasefire that never came to be between Israel and Iran?
Okay, I will tell you a related news instead. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's Iran related news and UK. I just read it in the. I dropped
Sorry?
down to get my breakfast.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I dropped down to get my breakfast and I was reading the headlines. I usually try to check the headlines of what is the printed uh, newspapers telling. And
Yeah.
one of the, at least two newspapers were talking about that Keir Starmer is buying now US airplanes to capable to carry nukes, which
Oh.
is a horrible idea. It's not the it's not necessary that UK needs to be ready. So spending on this now, when you have the worst cuts ever, is a horrible political mistake because that will just get the Reform Party win. The Reform Party is horrible racist,
Oh.
so that will be really bad. But the other one is why spending on U.S. Military stuff? Why
Because
wh- why it's getting more insecure to maintaining U.S. based military equipment in Europe. So
yeah,
it's a
that's
horrible long-term strategical investment. Instead, okay, they might not have airplanes from elsewhere. I understand that,
mm-hmm.
but I think you could try other sources. France maybe,
Or develop.
French, or develop a new one. I mean, it's not we don't
Yeah,
need
at
to
some
rush
point,
maybe.
like
Okay,
if Europe really is serious about getting more, with the defense, it will need to start develop its own stuff.
okay, but you know they are not serious.
Well,
What Keir Starmer is serious about is supporting U.S.
it seems so. Though technically speaking,
business.
yeah, yeah, that's true. But
I mean, I don't know if you heard about Palantir. You know Palantir.
mhm,
Palantir is Peter Thiel's business.
mhm,
It's security. It's AI-based data gathering. They do a lot of different things, like do border guarding, do um, uh, do work with Israel state as well.
mm,
So it's a very problematic thing. And it's working with NHS. And in NHS, they sold out the data. Sorry, sorry, I couldn't silence it. So they sold out the data
mm,
to Peter Thiel, and this is Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer absolutely just uh, attends to the needs of these big tech companies and trying to get the goodwill of them.
yeah. Well, there's I don't know about the industry in Europe. There's a lot of discussion. Like I've seen a very interesting video about the fact that about how in NATO has basically agreed to the standard of 5% GDP spending, right?
They raise it from 3%.
Yeah, you know that, right?
Yeah,
That
to
there's been an
5%.
agreement, right?
Yeah, I haven't followed it, but yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a big joke because they're not sure that NATO itself is sustainable
Yeah,
as it
but
is.
Spain has sort of said that the idea is bad. But I feel like I've heard good arguments for Europe, for the EU itself, that rather than just blindly raising the GDP expenditure, Europe should think about spending the pretty big amount that it's spending now wiser, if that makes sense. To, for example,
Yeah,
produce
I
more,
mean,
to streamline more across countries, not to every country produces small amounts of expensive gear
of
domestically,
everything.
but
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Absolutely. So you can restructure it. You might have to raise it, but the problem is, how can you work together with the country who is and who telling to another not NATO member that I will occupy your territory.
Yeah.
How can you? This is okay. This might not be an immediate collapse. Like '68 wasn't an immediate collapse of Warsaw Pact, but absolutely informed every politician after. Every politician, even in the late '80s, all of the foreign minister, all of the leadership in the Warsaw Pact were concerned if we have a political uh, conflict within our countries, there might be an invasion coming.
Yeah.
And that killed the Warsaw Pact. And it's not only Warsaw Pact wasn't only a military alliance; it was a kind of economic alliance. So it not only killed the military alliance; it killed the economic alliance.
Yeah.
So it was contributing after the '90s collapse of social problems. Now, NATO is more of a military alliance, but there is an economic side. So I know that in UK, uh, a lot of military industry is scattering of US military airplanes. So like bomb release mechanism of I think F-35s
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
such stuff produced here.
F-35s are definitely stuff that countries buy. Yeah.
And a lot of people describe that all these lunatic anti Israel state protesters, Palestine free Palestine protesters are crazy. I've been in one of the uh, protests. It was organized by one of the union for care sectoral workers,
Mm-hmm.
and they are very informed. They are very targeted, and that's why probably Keir Starmer now one of the most combatant but very targeted protest movement will be. It might be a terrorist label,
Oh,
sadly.
well,
Uh, so
it
yeah.
feels like when it
So
comes to Iran and Israel and the US now, the biggest winner of the whole thing is Israel so far.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. So okay,
Or
we can tell
Netanyahu to
that
be more precise.
Netanyahu himself might be a kind of winner. Uh, I think Trump wanted to hide his unsuccessful internal policies with this, so he's jumped on to show that he's a strongman as well. So it might be a lot of things. It's not even about regional long-term thinking.
There's
It was more about
speculation that Netanyahu sort of moved with his attack on Iran in order to distract from his increasing problems, like the fact that
oh no, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this is this. But I think the same can be told about Trump himself. I don't think so that they have long-term uh, uh, goodwill
there's
or
speculation that
these are.
Netanyahu sort of strand Trump along, and he was sort of
I
almost
don't think I don't think so. Trump needs to be. I think these ideas that who led the head. Yeah, maybe Netanyahu has some dirt on Trump, right? Because
it's not even about like
yeah,
that's not even about dirt. It's just sort of he did it, and he sort of left Trump with, well, it's done. Now you have to come in and help us,
okay,
kind of deal.
okay, but that would be ignoring that there are fundamental Christians who absolutely wants to escalate the conflict there
Hmm.
because they think that the end of the world and the Christ's second coming will come after
I
that,
mean,
right?
there's yeah, that
And,
is a
and for
factor.
example, one such fundamental Christian was I think the diplomat in Jerusalem.
Mm.
So he had very high position there.
Mm.
So I don't think so that these. So what I'm thinking about is that Israel was bringing the U.S. along. By the way, I see totally the opposite
Well, not the U.S., but more
argument.
like Trump himself.
Yeah, but I see the totally the opposite argument by some older, little bit older than me, Jewish diaspora posting were pro-Israel because they grew up, their parents were survivors, so obviously they have a positive the notion of an Israel state, and they might have the misconcept of how Israel state looks like. They have more like either it's a democratic state, only democratic state around the place, right?
Mhm.
And they were talking that US is courting Israel to do this. Like you remember, we were talking an older, or maybe the same years. We were talking Israeli lady before,
Yeah.
not in
Although,
public. You remember that, right?
yeah.
She was talking similar thing that US is making Israel to act more, Israel state to act more uh, extreme, right?
Although if the US would string Israel along, I feel like Israel would cooperate more with Trump's little ceasefire plans, and it would not
But
backfire in
this is
his
my
face
point.
as much.
Yes, yes, but this is my point. I don't think so that either argument, either way is true. I think this is a simplifying argument of a complex political situation that people, depending on where they lean towards, who they blame for, they try to. You don't need Trump to start the war. Trump it never was an anti-war. Trump was absolutely bloodthirsty. Was talking about nuking Iran even before the election. That U.S. should get. I think Kai Kulinski was playing these. That even before election was talking about absolutely that they might need to use nukes against Iran.
Yeah, but also he also ran his election on being a no new wars president and a peacemaker,
Of
and
course, of
that
course,
that was
but
supposed to be his
he's saying that
legacy.
after nuking you will have peace.
Ah, yes, when he bombed the facilities and said now is the
I
time
mean
for peace.
that's what he was doing now, right?
I mean, he did that. Yeah, he did. He bombed the places, which apparently the attacks themselves were far less efficient than everybody thought at first. At first, with Fordo, people thought there was 80% chance it got destroyed, and now it dropped to like, I don't know,
I mean,
18%.
honestly, if somebody, I don't know how they get that this, how many of our facility destroyed, because even I think their advisor told that he needs to use tactical nukes to
Mm-hmm.
reach it. That
Mm-hmm.
was his advisors, and that was
Right, but
leaking.
he doesn't really care about his advisors because remember
No,
when
I mean,
Tulsi
even
Gabbard
Tulsi,
said that
yes.
that Iran was not close to getting nukes, and he was like, "She's wrong. She's wrong. Whatever she says, she's wrong." I feel like they were very
Okay,
close.
I'm so bloody angry of some of the centrist, uh, left-leaning or ex-left-leaning, Young Turks, of the strategy that they telling these guys, Tulsi
What to
Gabbard
talk
and
to?
others, are anti-war, and they even Tulsi Gabbard pulled back. I was wrong, right?
Mhm.
Tulsi Gabbard was standing up that, and she's a
Yeah, she's
horrible
very
person.
bad, but she was still wait. Iran wasn't close to getting a
Yes,
nuke.
but after now, she's telling she's bending the knee.
Oh yeah,
So
of course.
every anti-war person um, Bannon or
He's the
who is that?
evangelical not
Tucker
an ambassador
Carlson.
to Israel, Huckabee. Mike Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel,
I think
evangelical not.
he's the fundamental. Yeah, he's the fundamental Christian. Very bad, very bad. Like totally apocalyptic, and it's so darkly funny that these people telling that, okay, look at Iran. Iran is a country of fundamentalists uh, who wants to bring the end of the world and blood
Oh
to
my
destroy.
god. But who made it that way,
And
by the
and,
way?
and they waiting the new messiah.
Who made
They
Iran that
describing
way?
themselves. They describing themselves.
Yeah. Like we have to remember who made Iran that way.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think a lot of times people forget that when you became in power, right,
Mm-hmm.
and you are involved with the power as well. So it might be had a fundamentalist or very deeply religious leaning, but
Yeah.
there is a reality of organizing a state and the bureaucratic system and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
people who might involve with after that might be not as fundamentalist, might be thinking about very uh, materialistic ground-based stuff as well. And I think that people forget about this from Hamas, for example, because Hamas is also yes, Hamas is also a terror organization, right? There are people horrible, horrible thing, but the people who work in the healthcare system in the hospitals, they are part of the Hamas organization because Hamas running the bureaucratic system, the hospitals, distributing the stuff.
Hamas
It's
or
not
wait,
good.
do you mean Hamas or Hezbollah?
No, I'm talking Hamas in Gaza.
Okay. Wait, Gaza.
So
Okay, okay,
the
okay, okay.
people who working in a hospital are part of the Hamas in theory because
Mm-hmm.
it's in the state. They're working for the state, and the state is run by Hamas, or well, not really a state, and not really run now. But so when they targeting hospitals, Israel state, for example, the idea and they're talking that we are killing Hamas, that might be including nurses who doesn't even think about anything, but they will count it as a Hamas part of the Hamas because technically, yes, they are part of the Hamas. They
Right,
maintaining the
yeah.
bureaucratic system. And they might be not even deeply religious person. They might want to care about the people there.
Yeah. Just
So
I mean the same
we,
with
we
Hezbollah, right?
Yeah, 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 or any. So when we are labeling our entire political system and it's probably true even in now the radicalized Trump, right? I would be lying if I would be telling that everybody is extremely evangelical Christian in the
Mm-hmm.
Trump regime or whoever, because a lot of people, even people who do horrible things, might be doing for some other reasons.
Yeah.
So, for example, an ICE agent might be doing out of racism and power trip instead of
Yeah.
believing of
Technically speaking, some
uh,
might just be doing it for a paycheck.
yes, yes, absolutely, and closing down his concerns. By the way, we are straying away of Hungary a little bit, so probably we should go back. But there was an article in at the New York Post recently, and that's very interesting. That these protest series in LA
Oh,
and
see,
elsewhere is very
someone
successful.
even said Trump isn't. He only cares about ego and money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I absolutely think that Trump is not even that there are Christian fundamentalists around him. Or Tulsi Gabbard is not a Christian fundamentalist. Tulsi
Yeah, I
Gabbard
think
is
so.
more like a Hindutva supporter. So she's more like Modi supporter. But okay,
Mm.
back a little bit that um, uh, about the LA protest and protesting the SIs. So when people started to protest, a New York Post is not a right left wing paper, and they came out of ICE agent whistleblowers that they telling that their job is not appreciated by the state, uh, having a problem. These kind of it's unsustainable that they need to have a quota of a couple of thousand per day to deport. So they rising these protesters rising the cost for the average ICE agent to continue their job. And this is good because it cuts off the necessary the material interest or they might get a paycheck, but they thinking, oh my God, every day they hate me. I need to hide my face. They need to hide their faces because
Right.
they're afraid, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, like you had in Belarus, right? When the police started to beat up people in the street into 2020, That
Oh yeah. Oh, speaking of which,
and
the presidential candidate who was arrested but then got released.
oh, nice.
Yeah, you know,
But
whose
they
wife was supposed to win.
yeah yeah. But they beat up these people, the supporters, right? But after
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
they people tracked down these
Belarusian
police officers.
prisons are just as brutal as the Russian ones.
After that, hackers tracked down these people and they beat up the police officers. So they raised the cost of should I serve the state, right? I mean,
Yeah,
in Belarus, it wasn't long-term successful, but this is important. So I hate people when they are talking the LA riots because these or protests. First of all, mostly they were peaceful,
yeah.
and everybody was like, even the police, local police force sometimes came out that this was a totally peaceful, not because they were sympathetic to
State
the protesters necessarily,
protesters. Yeah,
but because they wanted to prove that they are competent police force, right?
yeah,
And they don't need National Guard or Marines there to maintain a peaceful protest. Anyway, so yeah, okay. I think we could go back to Hungary because we will have
yeah.
protests there, and
So what do
a
you
little bit
think?
how to.
Because I've been reading some articles, hearing some whispers that the opposition is now in a far better position than it has ever been. That the polls are
You need
reflecting that.
and you need to summarize the article because I haven't read it.
Basically, it says that the newest polls actually show opposition is leading. Probably, you know that it's well, it's
Yeah,
winning
yeah,
against
it's ahead.
Fidesz,
I
and
think
that it's possible
it's
that
quite ahead actually.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
quite
yeah,
ahead.
and that it's like a
So
phenomenon that has not been really a thing before, and
no, it's never been. It's never been. So I think to understand it, I think maybe not 10% ahead, but almost close to 10% against Fidesz itself.
how do
But
you?
you need to
Oh, I
understand that
watched a video and an article. The video said that the possible that there's it's possible because some of the people that voted for this new party have been taken away from Fidesz, which has not been historically a thing.
yes, yes, but it's also the opposition parties were very fragmented and had a lot of baggage as well because obviously, okay, people forget that before Fidesz 2010 things weren't good either. So a lot of political shift started around the MSP 8 years of,
Mhm.
and out of the 8 years, it was how many years? Um, Almost 4 or 5 years about Gyurcsány Ferenc,
Right. I would
who was the
like to
prime
talk to you
minister.
about the opposition itself because that's a whole interesting topic to me as well.
So a lot of things. What is the problem now with Fidesz itself? It started during that years as well, like the communal work system, and people doesn't know a lot about that outside. That there was a total destruction of welfare system, or
Theater
even hmm?
of what system?
Welfare,
Oh, welfare. Okay,
like
okay.
benefit
Right.
systems.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
There was a total destruction of that, and they bring that communal work system.
Hmm.
So people don't get free bread; they need to work for it. And this is even if you are temporarily out of job and you pay your taxes for it, and you would get a job seeker allowance. It's very
Yeah.
common in Europe. For a couple of months, you will
Yeah. When
get
you
some
go
support.
for unemployment, you
Yeah,
usually get some sort of a
so you
yeah.
don't really get that either. You need to go to communal jobs. A lot of times these are Fidesz, so the party-related companies, friends, and they
Hmm.
send people there to work. There are some councils, local governments, right? Councils that
Right.
cancel their normal jobs and they rehire people through this communal work system. Like local libraries run by the councils, they fire the people and they hire. Now, this is not minimal paid jobs. Half of the minimal pay was
They're,
at
they're
that.
national firms, right?
No. Okay,
Private?
people forget. Yes, people
Okay.
forget
No,
that
no, no. I just. Yeah.
Orban Victor is a bloody neoliberal in core in his heart. Okay, he is not. But when people, oh, he's nationalizing things. No, okay, there is a centralized, more centralized government, but a lot of things done by private companies around his family and other
Okay.
people,
So
right?
it's a
So
little
it's
bit.
like,
It's a little bit different because in Poland, especially
yes,
during the Law and Justice Party, the name of the game was giving relatives and friends high positions within public companies, even when the person was pretty like not suited for these roles. But that was a big thing, and still is to a
it's
degree,
it,
by the way.
it's a bit different here. So in Hungary, it was a little bit different. So instead of giving a good governmental position to your relatives, you give these people can exchange. They come and go the governmental positions,
Right. Oh, it's
but
not a
they
government position.
giving
It's
out
like
the
a
business.
public company position.
Yes, public. Okay, some public companies we don't have. The difference is one point of the difference is that in Hungary the private privatization was much more faster and much more brutal than in Poland. Poland had state-owned companies even in 2010s, quite a
Oh, it
few.
still has,
Hungary,
like,
yeah.
I'm pretty like the trams are still public, buses, and a few other to name, right?
So
These are still
in
public.
Hungary the privatization was much more faster, much more brutal in the 90s.
Yeah,
So what you have is that the state needs to do something. They hire a company.
yeah,
Okay, they
and
hire
also there's like
somebody to do it.
there's the discussion of whether or not certain companies should ever be privatized or should they just not stay public forever.
Yeah, yeah. There is a democratic argument for keeping nationalized some stuff, because if you have if you have a democratic control, this assuming that there is a democratic, some kind of democratic system,
Right.
and by democratic here I mean like electoral or
Yeah, and
voting or some influence. And
also.
I'm not talking about the political philosophy
Yeah.
about the
But a lot of
democratic
these
system.
services, like public transport, sort of kind of heavily depend on being subsidized to function.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, a lot of private companies have it. I mean,
Yeah,
how
probably,
how
yeah.
Elon Musk
Oh, yeah.
our company making is subsidies. They will lie about it though. Anyway, so yeah, there is a massive chance. And back to these polls.
Well,
Uh,
we got some
so yeah,
honesty when Trump had a spat with Elon Musk when he said, "You wanna save billions? Just gotta cut the
yeah,
subsidies to his companies."
that was Bannon. Steve Bannon was telling immediately, I believe. Okay, uh, so the Fidesz is not really. It is one party in practical means. But in theory, it's a coalition of two parties. It's the Fidesz, the young Democrats,
Mhm.
uh, uh, fiatal szabad demokraták.
Hmm.
That's the
So
Hungarian
it's
name, I
like
believe.
yeah, I understand.
The young free Democrats. They are not young anymore. They are not free. Definitely, they are not Democrats. Okay,
Hmm.
and they did a coalition back in the days with the Christian Democrats, KDNP. Essentially, they are the same party since this was around the late 2000s. They started to have a deep connections, and now you have a far right party called Mi Hazánk, our home, our homeland.
Right.
It's not homeland, but Hazánk can mean a little bit both. That home and homeland. Um, and they are extreme far right. So the leader is had been involved with far right movements in the 90s, which was me. at that time. By the way, they have around the same number of votes than in the late 90s. Niev had to win into the parliament. So you cannot say that the Hungarians became far more far right or far more likely to vote extremist. It's around the same number. Uh, and a lot of people voting to this party because they don't even know. My mom was voting for them because I like their name. That was her. She didn't know nothing about them, and when I was telling, she was she was
My family
really
has been
afraid and all
always
that.
far more in touch with the politics.
Yeah, but okay, I'm a working class person. None of my parents were educated. Okay, so they are really
Listen, my dad used to
have
be
no
an
access.
exterminator.
Yes, but he was also a political leader. Let's not forget that. Okay, my parents know. Okay,
Yeah.
so I know that a lot of in Hungary and in Poland, a lot of people who were highly educated in the old regime had to go to do these kind of really working class jobs. A lot of them started to really appreciate it. Like our first head of the state, um, President Gönc Árpád, he was highly educated. He translated Tolkien into Hungarian when he was in prison after 56. Uh, he was really everybody who was working around him, like electrician people. They all told that he was such a humble guy, always helping because he learned it. He had to go out and do these kind of jobs as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's that. But okay, my parents never had a high education either. So my father is a leather worker. My mom was a nurse and a kindergarten teacher. So it's not very high. So and especially my dad is more informed about politics. My mom absolutely not. So a lot of times uh, people might vote about these mistakes,
But
and
stop
there is a
being
lot
a
of game in
kindergarten teacher.
Hungarian.
Sorry about the
Hmm?
aside. It's
Yeah,
it's it's
yeah.
tough being a kindergarten teacher.
Hmm?
It can be tough. It can be pretty tough being a kindergarten teacher.
It is, and she was working with people with disabilities and both mental and physical. A very special school.
Oh,
I went there too, and I learned a lot as a child there. There it was mixed. There was normal groups and there was very specialized groups, and she was working in specialized groups. It was interesting times. Yeah. Anyway, um, so we can't assume that how the voters are really so that have radicalized or not just by the numbers. But I don't think anyway. This far right party has around 5%. Even with this 5%, because they absolutely support Fidesz with everything. Fidesz, at least in lip service, brings a lot of far right talk into the media, Fidesz controlled media.
right.
Um, and this far right party absolutely not critical of Fidesz.
Mm.
Maybe critical of Fidesz about uh, two two kind of Ukraine. Okay, this kind of
Mm.
it's really stupid. But even with all of these other parties, Fidesz is still behind of this party, the opposition party, still behind
Right.
the polls. So this is a massive,
And now we have an
massive change.
opposition party that split off Fidesz.
I
Not
mean,
sort of.
this
The
is the
leader
TISA
split
party,
off,
right?
but the leader split off. But apparently,
This
just
is the TISA party. Yeah, this is
yeah,
the TISA party. So
right. He joined an
they have
existing
far more.
party, apparently.
Yeah, they have far more percentage, far more support and all of the Fidesz party and potential allies of Fidesz.
Although I am a bit
Yeah.
worried because apparently the leader himself, when it comes to his policy, does not stray all that much from Orban's policy. As I understand it, he adopts a lot of similar things.
I mean, it depends on what you are talking about. But I don't know what's the um,
And
article was
I
talking
have
about.
to get it to get the specifics. Like I think Mm, I would have to check it. But there
It's
has been
worth it
talk
to
that a
check it.
lot
It's
of
worth it.
his policy is similar to Orban's.
It's worth it to check it for several reasons because he's a right wing nationalist as well. So a little bit similar. If you who was the guy who died in a prison in Russia, right?
Ah, yeah,
And we
that guy. Yeah, I
celebrated
know.
him.
I know what you're talking
I
about.
don't remember his name, and his wife is still active
Yeah, yeah,
politically.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
I know who you're
so
talking about.
he was a nationalist. He
Yeah,
was
pretty
right
anti-Ukrainian as
winger.
well, apparently.
Yes, so but still better for Ukraine than Putin, right?
Hmm.
And still better would have been a better option than Putin at times.
Hmm.
But that doesn't mean that his policies were good.
Of course, that depends how
You
much
read,
would he be able to, because like Russia is like a mess. It's like Putin's not himself a problem. If
okay, but
even
why
if
we
you
are
had like
thinking
a
that
good guy, if he would be surrounded
okay,
with
but
oligarchs
why
that.
we are thinking that Hungary is not in a mess just because
No,
it's
no,
in
no.
the
I
EU?
mean, like, there is a difference in between one guy replacing a different guy and a whole party replacing a different party and forming a different government, right?
Okay, but there is no whole party. TISA is not a whole party. TISA is not a structured party. TISA is really Magyar Péter. Is that easy? We're talking about a shift from how a political party organizing with the social media, and this has happened in Ukraine, right? With Zelensky.
Right.
Zelensky was able to run a really successful campaign, mostly through social media and mostly centered around his personality.
Right, but
Later
that
on,
party is a legitimate political party, no? Like it's
but
ahead of
okay,
Fidesz.
but you're organizing as you go, right?
Yeah,
So Magyar Péter, yes, organizing a politician around him, but at the moment he's still in campaign mode,
yeah.
still mostly about him, and not sure that this organized party will meet up the challenge to do anything. And that's also assuming that they can do even if an organized party can do anything, because you have an overtake of the constitutional court already. You had an overtake of the court is not totally overtaken yet. That was the contention, and glad at least EU in that part was waiting in to not to overtake the court.
Navalny, Alexei Navalny.
Uh,
Sorry, we got the name.
yes, thank you, Cheta. Um,
Socialists.
uh, Thank you. So uh, uh, we need to talk about what to expect of a change, all right?
Yes, yes.
Because
That is exactly why I called you here.
um,
Because as I read and watched the videos, I thought that you probably say that is far more complicated
it,
than they
it,
present.
it would probably worth it to read to their concerns as well, right? So first of all, it's not an organized party. I mean, it's organizing and it's a party, but it's not like the old parties of MSP that they have kind of, um, like countryside offices
Hmm.
talking about everything. It's more like people fleeing to this party because finally there is some person who even right wingers can stand behind and can leave the Fidesz.
Right.
There is
Although
another issue. Hmm?
although there's some, at least when it comes to outside of Hungary outlets, people worry that some might not be, that the fact that he is from Fidesz might be a hindrance to him actually overtaking
Okay, but
Orban.
people. Uh, I don't know what's the outside criticism. I think people outside have a very narrow and very limited understanding who is Orbán Viktor, how is Hungarian politics. They are assuming that Orban ever hold any coherent position on Russia, for example. He was a bloody anti-Russian politician, even up to 2010s. 2008, he was massively criticizing Gyurcsány Ferenc to conduct trade with Putin, because he told that after Georgia, we shouldn't be morally interact with Putin. We should condemn. We should really, with harsh words, talk against what's happened. And that's
That's
what
why
Orban Viktor.
that's why you're here to give us
Yeah.
the full picture,
Uh,
which is
so
probably
so
very missing.
just because somebody is part of Fidesz, we couldn't assume that they continuing the foreign policies of today Fidesz, because even Fidesz itself, even Orban himself,
Yeah,
didn't continue the
we
same
cannot
policies.
assume that, but we can assume that the voters will be worried about it, right?
I mean that, but I need concrete things, right? So
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
the
yeah.
critics? What's the problem? Otherwise, I cannot address. What I can tell that Magyar Péter was a Fidesz EU politician. Okay, he
Mm-hmm.
was part of the. He lived in Brussels with his wife back in the times, and his wife became the the minister of law and of Orban cabinet.
Right.
So she became more involved with the internal politics, but originally they were more involved with EU politics. So he's quite pro EU, and this is one
Right.
of his edge against because a lot of Hungarians are pro EU. They like to be EU. They lot of times they ashamed these combative things in this degree. They eat up some of that, even a lot of Fidesz voters obviously eats up, but they don't want to leave you. And they anti-Russian sentiments are pretty strong in Hungary, even in a bad way. So I
Right.
know that I have Russian, half Russian um, friends, and they
Oh, there you go.
sometimes
I
they
found
felt
it. I
unsafe.
found a list. I found a list of the
Thank
things
you,
that are similar.
thank you.
So some of the things that he does similar to Fidesz is like that, but on steroids. Some of it isn't really necessarily bad in my opinion. Like number one, double family allowance.
Important. Orban family allowance is not a good allowance, and people
Oh, it's
doesn't
not.
know it again. Doesn't know it. It's only kick in if you have 3 children. Okay,
Oh, well, he
that's when
wants
it
to
really kick in.
do it, but more. The opposition
Yes,
leader,
but how more? What's
double
more means here?
double family allowance.
Yeah, but what to whom?
Well, it doesn't
Because if
specify
it's
that.
yes, but and that's this why I'm a little bit angry of this criticism, because the most of the big spending and allowance is to support the upper middle class in Hungary in
Hmm.
through family uh, tax credits and stuff like that, and it's only kicking in these massive spending after
Oh,
3
you would
children.
you would have to look into it and
You
see
would have to
who he
be
wants
rich.
to. No, I mean
You would have to be
you would
rich.
have to look into who the opposition leader wants to give the allowance to. If he wants to keep it the
Yes,
same, or if he wants
and
to.
I can already tell you that what he was talking, that maybe single parents should able to get family
There will
allowance.
be
And yes,
more
that's
and more
doubling.
people will be able to get it.
So yes, he wants to expand to more people, and even poor people could get it, right? A lot of poor people can't get
I mean, see,
a family allowance.
that doesn't sound bad, does it?
Absolutely doesn't sound bad. And he was, by the way, this is a political gesture, but there was a really important Hungarian sociologist who recently died a year ago, and she was absolutely doing studies around poverty.
Hmm.
And Magyar Péter was absolutely stood up for
Okay.
her, of her
So number
heritage.
no, yeah.
So I think he's informed about the problems of this welfare system. That the Hungarian welfare system is, while outside just by the state spending, it seems like very generous and very good. It's absolutely a redistribution of the taxes into the richest elite.
Interesting. His
families.
number 2 point is increase pensions for 420,000 people.
Again, who is these people? Because some people really have really bad pension, like my father has a really horrid pension. Other people, like my mom, have a really good pension. So who they are targeting with this? Because if they are
Oh,
targeting the
that's also a thing
really
that you would have to look into the details because they're not
absolutely,
given.
and these and I'm supporting in this degree to need to extend the pension system into those people who are the lowest.
Oh,
Uh,
this
uh,
one's number 3 seems like self-explanatory. Increase wages for nurses and social workers.
Absolutely important, and this is the second part. I mean, the first part is important as well. Healthcare is an abysmal situation in Hungary, really, totally destroyed.
Can you
Um,
explain the system a bit?
I mean, it's in theory you have a state, so it's like a Medicare for all, right? So it's like
Oh,
and
a
states like
watcher, a
hospital.
viewer asked sociologist who? Who is the sociologist?
I forgot her name. I will check it later and I will drop
Okay.
it in your Discord. Um, uh,
But we have a new
and
viewer
I
today. We have a completely new viewer
Hmm?
today. We have a completely new viewer
Nice,
today, and the new viewer asked the question: "Who is the
nice.
sociologist?"
I will. Uh, I might check it now.
Mhm.
If it talk about the points and until then I'm checking.
All right. I've been so busy in Ukraine. I've done 6 interviews. Look.
Ferga Juja.
Can you
Ferga
repeat?
is the family name. Ferga is the family name and Juja is first name.
Hello, screen
Maybe
watcher.
23 years.
I hope I have gained a viewer.
Yeah, did you hear?
Yes.
Did you heard the name?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you
okay, good.
write it? Can you spell it out in the Discord?
Um, I will write it down in the DMs.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah. And then I'll copy paste it to the chat, like a genius that I am. That's the sociologist.
It's important to remember that EU side of organizing, it's a very highly bureaucratic system. There is a lot of redistribution going on in EU.
Yeah, that's how the funding,
Um,
European funding works, right?
yeah, and it goes to they trying to target the poorest areas. So while, for example, UK was a net pay-in, like they were paying into the EU more than they got out, but regionally, some of the region got out massive amount of money
Right. Of
because
course,
they are
Hungary
poorer
is sort
regions.
of suffering from that because of all the democracy breaches and the freezing of funds. But
Yes, and obviously it's highlighting the problem that even if you're targeting the poorer regions, it doesn't mean that people spending there good, right? They
yeah,
might spending to establish their own
a regime
regime,
like
like
Poland
Orban
wanted to do.
did. Yes. I mean, Poland wanted to copy what Hungary was doing.
Yeah,
Little bit less successful, thanks God.
thank God. Yeah.
But yeah, so to understand, Magyar Péter was more of the EU side of the politics. So he's more leaning toward the more efficient way. And for example, these 2 points, I totally agree. What was the third point?
Increase wages for nurses and social workers.
Yeah. I think positive. So here I need to put back that how Magyar Péter emerging as a known politician, and it was we were talking a little bit, and this is a heavy topic. It's pedophile scandal, right?
Ah,
That
yes. That is
uh,
how the you mean the
yeah,
pardoning, right?
this was an orphanage, okay, a state
Yeah, the pardoning
run
by the
orphanage,
president. Yeah.
and pardoning by the president, the head of
Yeah.
the state. She pardoned it, and Magyar Péter's wife was involved because Magyar Péter's wife, as a minister of law, was writing that these people should be pardoned, including the deputy director who was covering up the sex abuse of
Right.
children
That was
by
a
the
big blow to
director.
Fidesz, wasn't it? The image
It
of the pro
absolutely
family.
was.
Yeah.
Not only for Fidesz, it was a big blow to the reformist church itself, because the head of the reformist church was part of the Fidesz government as a minister, as a human
Right.
resource minister, like the person who was caring about social welfare system, blah blah blah, healthcare, I believe, and caring about orphanages and children in theory. And he was putting,
Oh, one moment,
he was
okay?
giving some kind of.
One moment, okay? Oh, Hodge, Hodge. I'll step away for a second, okay?
Yeah, shall I continue?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Oh,
So
oh, oh, oh.
nice to hear. Nice to hear that. So the head of the reformist church was the minister of the human resources, and during his time, this was in mid 2010s, I think, he gave awards to this director who was abusing the children in the orphanage. And after they given an award, they already know that there was cases in the police that he might abusing the children, but these cases went nowhere. But there was already concern about the person, and it started to be investigated after this award ceremony, because one of the victim uh, killed himself, and yeah, and then the police had to investigate it, and then they started to realize that, yeah, there is serious child abuse happening in the orphanage, and the deputy director was covering it up. So both of them ended up in prison, and a couple of years later, Fidesz decided
Hello.
not only that
My
they don't
sincerest
care about.
apologies. Fido gets sad and he starts sort of whining a bit when he lies down.
Yeah, understandable.
When
It's nice
I
to hear that.
when I came back, he was, because I came through the door sort of gate thing, and I saw that he was lying by the door to the garden, just like described. So, and now he just becomes distressed when I even just go to the toilet.
Oh yeah, because yeah, obviously, understandable. Stay home a little bit, couple of weeks.
Weeks? No, I'm
Oh,
gonna go in a few days. I cannot stay for a few weeks.
You're breaking
Already,
his heart
I'm
again.
already lining up additional work.
You're breaking his heart again.
Listen, I came back only for him.
Okay, so going back, why it's important that I'm talking about these cases, because it shows the problem of social welfare system, childcare. It's underpaid
Oh,
people
sorry.
working
Someone
there,
said put Fido in your lap. He's a bit too big for that. He's a big dog.
even as a puppy.
But oh, your audio is far better now. By the way,
Yeah, I don't know why.
it's far
I
clearer
don't
now.
know.
Very nice. Very happy. So you were explaining about
But
Fidesz and the
I was explaining mostly of these the pedophile case, right?
yes,
And
that was a big catalyst.
this is highlighted the issue how underfunded and how badly organized of the welfare system, especially childcare system in Hungary.
Hmm.
So when Magyar Peter comes out and talking that we need to spend in, he is absolutely right. We need to spend it. There would need to be revisiting of and clearing up.
Hmm.
Even just a couple of months ago, there was another such case coming out, a little bit less brutal case, I mean, the brutal. No, the brutality is almost the same.
I'm not
There
excusing the
was
system, but it feels like a very international problem. The childcare system. I know that
no, 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 no,
organizations.
no, no. Yes, in a lot of places there is a lot of problem, right?
Yeah,
And you are interviewing now in Ukraine such organizations.
yeah,
But believe me when I'm telling this is absolutely horrid at the moment in Hungary. So it's because Orban cut cut this down. So imagine that he was spending more of the anti-LGBTQ campaign than a year spending on this childcare system. Okay,
of course.
imagine
The
that.
pro children party, of course, is too busy fighting
Yeah.
against the evils of the LGBT to actually help children.
Yes, yes, and again, such case came out. There is another director of an orphanage who was grooming young girls into prostitution. One of them
Uh,
became his girlfriend now, who
oh,
started
his.
as a young teenager
Oh,
and also Fidesz close person. So
hmm.
this is and these are real child groomers, not like what they talking about the LGBTQ people.
Yeah, and they
And
are pro-family child groomers. That has to be stated quite clearly.
yeah, this guy who the other guy who came, this problem came out
The Matt
recently. He
Walshes.
was in a sense he's similar to Matt Walsh in that he was brought around of this new online Christian Fidesz media,
And also
storing
that
that
he
how
thinks that
good he is.
16-year-olds are primed to, I don't know.
Yeah, 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 and similar to horrid, horrid
Hmm.
state of affairs. Um, So Magyar Péter here has an incentive because he became famous because he was criticizing this child grooming case,
Hmm.
and he knows people who gathered around, even people, and I heard expert, and they don't like Magyar Péter. Magyar Péter probably abused his wife, uh, uh, and that's relatively credible. The wife complained. So we don't know exactly what's happened there, but absolutely could be the truth. But that doesn't mean that the changes he's pushing is not relevant. And people who are working in childcare system told that now we have a chance at least to change it. Even if this person is bad, we don't we cannot
Bad is
just
better
because
than worst, in other words.
yes, it can still do good at the moment.
Hmm.
It's we are so bad situation that even in such a person can do good,
Okay. I'm gonna
and
give
that's the
you
sad
point
truth.
number 5 of his thing then.
Oh,
Or
oh,
4. 4. 4. Reduce VAT on fruit and vegetables.
I mean
That's
the prices, right? It's not cheap.
the VAT
It's not cheap.
tax. VAT tax.
Yeah, yeah. But tax is absolutely horrible, expensive. I think 27% at the moment.
So
So
for fruit and vegetables for food.
everything you buy is 27% of tax you pay.
Hmm.
VAT. Everything you
I
buy.
have to check the Polish VAT actually, but yeah, Polish has that. Poland has that as
So
well.
back before
Inside
in the
European.
90s, you had layered that VAT taxation.
Hmm.
So some of the food items were 0%, and books were at times 0% as well, or 10%. So you had he's kind of pushing back this layered taxation, which is again something I totally agree.
Hmm.
Uh, because VAT taxation is
Oh.
mostly against the poor people,
So
especially if it,
point number 5 is technically speaking directed at you.
yeah,
Attract 500,000 expats to return.
I want, but yeah, I appreciate. The Fidesz was really hostile with us, so we can't even vote. By the way, technically we can't even vote. In theory, we should be able to vote.
Yeah, because you're a
Uh, uh,
citizen.
yes, but none of the embassies organizing infrastructure to be able to vote. And technically, some of us could vote in letter, but they were absolutely talking that we new immigrants, because this is about the new immigrants, not the dual
Law
citizens.
and Justice would never do
So,
that, by the way, because Law and Justice really depends on the diaspora vote of the
yeah.
US,
No.
especially.
It here it was okay. Uh, Fidesz was depending on the diaspora vote, but the diaspora vote of the dual citizens. So they were
Right.
depending somewhat of the Transylvanian Hungarians vote or the Ukrainian Hungarian vote. And now I thought that it's an important, with this we were talking each other in private about the uh, spy issue, in Ukraine,
Yeah.
and that suddenly Fidesz is cracking down on taking away dual citizenship
Oh,
if it's
yes.
necessary.
All right, so it was
Sorry?
5. That was towards you. 6.
Yeah, but the dual citizenship is important distinction. So the dual citizenship is those who born abroad that became Hungarian citizens through the introduction of dual
Yeah, but
citizenship.
you are
And
an expat.
Fidesz was always relying on these votes. But now, because of the Ukrainian spy cases, they throwing out these voters
Yeah.
as well. So Magyar Péter was, and people, I heard interviews, they complaining about this, the diaspora Hungarians, that why you are supporting the Romanian far right? They wanted to do bad for us, and
Right.
you supposed to protecting Hungarians,
Oh,
and you
yeah.
are not. So Magyar Péter policies is absolutely good here.
But
So
let me see.
I agree.
6. Retrieve the funding owed by the EU. I mean, that's a big one. That's always going to be a big one. That was a big one for the opposition against Law and Justice as well. If we win, we will actually unlock all that money from the EU that Law and Justice, effectively blocked.
And that brought you a good change about removing this LGBTQ restriction of certain areas
Oh,
where
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah, yeah.
couldn't even enter. You couldn't enter some of the areas technically if you are an LGBTQ in Poland, because some
Yeah.
of the local councils were telling we are LGBTQ free.
Yeah, we are
places.
LGBT ideology free zones. Gosh.
Yeah. And that's something Orban now wants to
Yeah.
kind of introduce.
Which
Mm.
also important context at the same time the current president of Poland, who will be going away, ran his campaign on the LGBT are not people, they are an ideology. So
Yeah, but because of this EU funding access, even even with such people close to power, you needed to remove. They were able to remove these
yeah.
restrictive laws locally. So yeah.
Land
So
Justice
again,
itself didn't want to remove them. They said this is
yeah,
discrimination. We will give you money instead
yeah,
of the EU.
yeah. I mean, they are horrid people. Uh, uh, so I agree this point either as well. So
All right.
So
7.
so far, I don't see any point.
Okay, 7, I don't even
I'm
know what that exactly means. You'll have to explain it when I read it, okay?
eh,
7, Village Rehabilitation Program.
very important, very important. The countryside is dying in Hungary. Totally,
What does that
it's
mean,
devastated.
rehabilitation program? Village rehabilitation, what
Uh,
does that mean?
it's concrete to bring back some institutions like post offices to work, access to food, stuff like that. It's horrid. It's really horrid.
Also,
It's the
Screenwatcher says
deep
most diaspora
poverty.
votes detrimentally of the people in the country.
Where?
I guess just in general. That a
Either,
lot
so
of
okay, this
diaspora
is a
softened.
but this is we have to be careful about that. We don't know actually. So uh, because people have their own interest, their own voting patterns, and a lot of times, for example, in Hungary, the MSP, the socialist government in social democratic government, in early 2000s, there was voting about dual citizenship, and they did a horrid anti-immigration campaign. Horrid anti-immigration campaign. That, oh, if we have dual citizenship, all of these poor Romanians will come here, Romanian Hungarians and Romanians who are not really Hungarians, and they take away your job. That was the left-leaning party campaign, and they were telling that Fidesz is only staying in power because all of these diaspora is voting against the country, the proper Hungarians. But we have no evidence of that. We have evidence that this is an attempt Fidesz want to do, but we see that the diaspora is going against Fidesz as well. So they're talking against, and local parties local Hungarian parties in Romania were always in opposition of Fidesz as well.
Right.
So be careful about these kind of statements.
All right. Let's go to 8. Freedom of choice in education and textbooks. Okay, that sounds a little bit, I don't know how to think about this one.
Yes, but you have to think about in the scope that so one big centralization happened in the public education and in the public education of elementary schools mostly.
I mean, that's
And
usually the case in European countries, right? You have a Ministry of Education that sort of creates a curriculum across the
I
board.
don't think so. In most of the European countries, you need to write to the central Budapest office to get toilet papers. I will repeat. I don't think so. That you need to write to the centralized bureau office about toilet papers to get in the local school in countryside. I don't think so. That's the case.
Right.
Well, I don't think so.
But that's sort of outside of the scope of freedom of choice in education and textbooks, right?
No, what I'm telling, this is a bloody top-down control of everything. So teachers were fired because they were commenting in Facebook to support some opposition, and we so centralized the public education in mainly in elementary school system that you have to. And it's a total brainwashing happening as well. So they took away all of the because in the 90s there was a developing system of yes, there was some kind of accepted process that what kind of books are accepted for education.
Right.
But that was centralized educational. So you are thinking about in American context where American they want to destroy a good federal system that have
Well, I'm
a
thinking
little
more
bit
of like a
oversight.
Polish. I'm comparing it more to a Polish
Yes,
system where it's
no.
also sort of
What
centralized.
we had a kind of option about books in the 90s, but it was accepted by the centralized government. That was a choice that if you want to go more into details of history or more into the so you had a little bit of selection choice. Now in 2010s, Orban started to destroy any kind of independence, but in so badly that there was cases where the basic stuff they didn't have in schools because they needed to get through accepting the order of toilet papers, and this is really happened. They didn't have toilet papers because they waited for the acceptance of the centralized bureau in Budapest that they might need really toilet papers in I don't know Iskun it was crazy, and the same about so there is a project of rewriting history of a more nationalistic kind.
Oh yeah,
And
this is gonna actually be
and
the topic of my history project thing. How the
so
difference
so
between history and national history.
and there was a Holocaust uh,
Denial.
so there is a shift about denying Holocaust as well, or the Hungarian part of the Holocaust.
Oh yeah,
So
that's a thing
there is a
that
lot of that is a lot of concerning what Orban did. So Orban is not necessarily far right, ultra far right in a lot of cases, but as a memory, as a historical memory, absolutely. And this is partly about the history books as well, or the books. So when again the Magyar Péter is talking about bringing back an option of you don't need to think about the US scale. This is about to dismantle this kind of horrid attempt to re, to to rewire the education to serve the Fidesz party, and this is
Right.
mainly about the primary education we are talking. They attempted to do a little bit of pressure on the higher education, but there was a lot of protest when he was touching the higher education. He was still able to. So they banned the Central European University. They closed down my own department for a while in 2010s. Now it's again functioning.
Mm.
Yeah, so it's horrid.
All right. Freedom of choice. We have that. 9. Impose term limits on the prime. Oh, that's a huge one. Actually, I think that's a big and
The
important one. Impose
term
term
limits of
limits
prime
on prime
ministers. Right?
minister. I feel like that's a
Yeah,
huge one of the bigger ones.
yeah.
Actually,
I mean, if you think about it, it's the fourth. Many, no, not even the fourth. So 2010 until 2024 now.
25,
This is the
25, 25.
25 now. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So how many is 4 years each term? Is
Yeah,
the fourth term. It's the fourth term now for Orban. But he was also prime minister in 98 to 2002.
there you go. So you should absolutely not be able to be one anymore. Yeah, I
He
feel
was
like this
the
is an
head of the
important one.
he was the head of the party since 88, 89.
Oh gosh.
Head of Fidesz. Never. He
Although technically
absolutely
speaking, this is important, but it's not. I'm talking from the perspective of Poland, right? It's not waterproof because Jarosław Kaczynski. Are you familiar? You're familiar with Jarosław Kaczynski,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They exchange
technically
each other.
the leader of the
I
Law
mean,
and Justice Party. Like
this
technically
is what Putin did.
speaking, yeah,
This is what Putin did with Medvedev.
yeah, Medvedev. Like technically speaking, for a long time, Jarosław Kaczynski, like he did more than Putin. He never had an official office in the government at all for a long time, and he still was de facto in charge of the country. So, because he was in charge of the party that ruled the country. So whatever he said
Yeah,
was. So technically
yeah, yeah.
speaking, even if you
And,
impose those term limits
and, and I think
through
I think this is important because one of the way you could start to have a concern if you have a party which have a same leader for 30, 40 years. And if you have a party which absolutely brutally kills off any internal opposition within the party, uh, absolutely brutally. So you're using state techniques when they are in power to get the tax investigations.
right, like
So
what Georgia is doing right now.
yeah. So you have to be careful about not only examining the parliamentary system or the governance system. You have to examine a little bit of the party internal system as well.
Yeah,
How they getting the money, what kind of properties they have.
yeah.
These are absolutely important. The financing of the parties, yeah.
We should plenty learn just well. Let's not get. We're not talking about Poland. Uh, 10. Join the EU Public Prosecutor's Office.
Good, good,
Okay.
good.
I wonder
The
if you
public
want to rejoin the ICC. By the way.
might be absolutely. I mean, he's like a pro global community kind of little bit Western chauvinist, probably Magyar Péter.
Oh, it's still
But
better than
I
being
think
completely anti-international
yes,
law.
yes. That's and one of the reasons. So the prosecution is important here because one thing in the court system, the prosecution was always one of the first thing Orban overtook. Actually, And I think he's Pinter Shandor still is. I think the I mean, he was the head of the prosecution, and Pinter Shandor was the head of the Budapest police, the Pest
Right.
megye police in the 90s.
How do you say
Absolutely
police in
bloody corrupt.
Hungarian?
Hmm?
How do you say police in Hungarian?
Rendőrség.
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 Rendőrség, you had Csendőrség, which is the guards of the
People?
silence.
Oh, silence. That's really
Silence.
cool, actually.
Yeah, and they were horrid. They were contributing.
They
on the
silenced
Holocaust.
people.
Yes.
They guarded the
They
silence.
killed. Yeah.
Okay.
We could go one day about the different kind of policing systems, because there are different ideas how the police need to. So when people are talking defund the police or changing police, a lot of times people doesn't realize that there are absolutely different models of how policing should work, even in today's systems.
Hmm.
But anyway, this guy Pinter Shandor, who is was head of the prosecution, a bloody corrupt person, was involved probably in the highest cheatings of oil. That was the big thing in the 90s, and became a millionaire, became really powerful,
Of course.
and the prosecution was absolutely used against opposition and anybody who they wanted to get rid of, internal opposition, outside opposition, whatever. And to joining the EU prosecution can be a good tool to try to tackle this problem from
Nice.
outside, given outside pressure for changing the system. So I absolutely.
That's good.
with
I'll be
this
right
point.
back. I'll go to the toilet real quick, okay? Can you entertain the chat while I'm gone?
Oh, I don't see your chat, so I don't know what to do.
But you can say nice things. I'll be right back, okay?
Nice.
have to.
I'm not sure I can
have
talk
to,
about
I have
nice
to.
things.
About
Yeah, go.
nice things
go.
like the opposition party.
Might open the chat. Try to not second watch it because the logging. Okay, I might not talk about the opposition party, but let's talk about a little bit of pride protests, because the pride is banned in Hungary at the moment, and LGBTQ people absolutely attack. And there is a misconception that most of the Hungarians are transphobes or anti-immigrants, blah blah blah. And yeah, there is some truth of this thing, perhaps, but people will go out even if the pride protest is banned. People who never cared about LGBTQ people are telling that we need to stand in solidarity, because next time is our freedom will be cut. They absolutely know that this anti-LGBTQ talk is just a cover-up of silencing everyone. So, and going back to the Fidesz massive amount of campaign against LGBTQ people. This was before Florida started the Don't Say the Gay Bill. And that Don't Say the Gay Bill is absolutely the copy of the Hungarian laws against LGBTQ people. And before that, they tried to manipulate that they are not the transphobes, but the public, the democratic majority wants these changes. So we have this kind of stuff called consultation, public consultation, which means that the Fidesz party sends out letters of polls, highly manipulated questions. People fill it and send it back. And the questions are horrid. So we had this now with Ukraine, and in Ukraine they proper lies put into that poll. Like, if Ukraine is joining to EU, then we will have pandemics because Ukraine doesn't have proper vaccination system. And if this is the question, if you support to have a pandemic or not, most of the people will say, "Oh no, I don't support pandemic. I don't want to die." Right? So this kind of false consultation to create to the outside and the
I am
internal
back.
population a
Dance,
consent.
Karasuk, dance. Guys, socialites.
I cannot dance anymore. I love to dance, but no.
Wait, what are people
I was
waking up about?
hmm?
What are people
No,
waking
no.
up
I
about?
was I was talking about a tool of public consultation. This is a special tool that Fidesz introduced, and they used it when they did this anti-LGBTQ stuff, and it's
Uh,
failed. So this is like a poll. So what they do, and they started to do this in 2016 with the migration, to send out a highly manipulated post to each citizen of Hungary, and they send it back, and this is kind of referendum-like, but the questions are highly manipulated. You remember we were reading the Ukrainian uh,
mm-hmm.
consultation
Yeah,
about Ukraine joining to EU? Do you remember?
yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah. Where are you?
yeah. You can
Do you
hear me.
remember that we were reading? Hmm?
Well, when we did the data reading, right?
Yes, yes, we were reading about the questions. That this was around the
Yes, I
spying,
remember.
and I
Yes.
sent you adverts, uh, and that highly manipulated polls, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely stupid questions, and a lot of times it's phrased that way that you need to agree with their proposal, their politics, because otherwise you will be pedophile, you will be promoting pandemics, you will be promoting whatever, right? Horrid things. So most of the people who are naive, never into, but obviously, I don't want to support child abusers, right? So I will
Right.
vote along with the
That's
poll.
why when you
It
hear
will-
about polls, it's important to always ask a few questions about the polls. How was it conducted?
Yes,
What group? What
yes,
questions?
yes. And be careful of any movement that wants to telling that referendums and the parliamentary democracy is not real democracy. We need a direct form of democracy, which is kind of consultation with the masses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this can be very manipulatively used as
That's how we
Hungary.
got Brexit.
This Yeah, the Brexit as well, yeah, but Brexit was a little bit more complicated because the question itself wasn't the bad. The campaign was the bad part, right?
Yeah.
Question wasn't great either, but that wasn't manipulative. This is way more worse, the polls.
Hmm. Wait, I'm gonna give
Yeah,
you. Polls are the devil. True. Well said, screen watcher.
I mean
Uh,
it's always depends on what kind of poll. You can do good polls as well.
I mean, yeah, you
Polls
can.
can have
You
their
can.
own.
It can be a good tool. For example, to gauge if they're conducted well, they can be a good gauge of support. For example, for Ukraine.
Yeah.
Mm, will
So
join the
what's the
EU.
next point? Let's move to the next
That's.
point.
I feel that that's pretty important. Abolish Ministry of Propaganda and create Health, Education, and Environment ministries.
Absolutely. So bloody important. Uh,
Ministry of
the old
Propaganda. Jesus
old
Christ,
old
that sounds
Fide,
so horrible.
old Fide, old Fidesz environmental minister. He was talking against Fidesz because in 2010, 2014, there was kind of naive understanding. In Hungary, a lot of environmental movements that linked to the right wing politics because there was a big protest movement against uh, energy power plant built massive in Duna River
Right.
dam in Slovakia, in Nagymaros. and it was endangering an environmental. So there was a potential of environmental catastrophe with that, because if you don't regulate the river well, if you could kill species and the entire species cut off half.
Right. Yeah.
Um, and that problem will then so dams looks good in paper, right? But it depends on how you build it. And if you in a long river like Duna River, the Donau, in built in Slovakia, and this was a joint project in the start. Uh, if you build that a dam and that will endanger fish species, that goes down to rest of the Hungary, uh, Serbia, at that time Yugoslavia, Romania, all of these will be affected then. So every kind of such investment, you need to think what is the benefit, what is the damage. Anyway, so that was a big protest movement in the late 80s, and a lot of environmentalists became involved with right wing parties or center right parties because of
Right.
this. Uh, so yeah, and a lot of good people worked in Fidesz who were very environmental friendly, and they all been fired, all been removed totally.
Good example
So
for Fox News polls. Fox News polls.
therefore, don't. Okay, but imagine that Trump would do policies based on Fox. So the the
I mean,
election wouldn't be anymore in voting itself, but would be in such polls,
oh gosh.
right?
Yeah.
So that kind of thing you
Although
need to be
Trump has
very
also
careful.
criticized Fox as against them, so
Yeah, okay, yeah. I a little bit enjoying this civil war between the right wingers in US, but yeah, little joys in the hell.
true. The next point is restore independence of the media. Ho ho ho. Yeah.
Yeah, this was big. This was one of the first kind of. I'm mostly online because I lived already in UK, but was one of when I really started to be active of, and we tried to organize protest movements. Yeah,
Believe it or
because
not,
in
Poland
2010,
apparently has more free media than the US.
yes. You mean in Hungary?
Poland
More
has
free
more
media in
free no
Hungary.
than the United States.
Probably also true.
This what I think.
The Hungary doesn't. Yeah, in Hungary, media is absolutely one of the first thing they did uh, before changing a lot of other bad things. It was the media law and
Poland,
brutally murdered of the opposition media.
Poland, a lot of the main media formed from the anti-regime opposition from the 80s.
Mm.
They just started
Yeah,
the publishing houses and like
in Hungary,
the biggest newspaper in Poland is from that era.
the biggest newspaper were some of them emerged after and were related to such movement. That those were mostly center right and right wing. The left wing dominant newspapers, which some of them doesn't even exist now,
There was of
they
course
were
some anti-Semitism around that because the creator of the newspaper, who is not active anymore, is Jewish.
mm,
Michnik is
mm,
his
one
surname.
of the Polish newspaper. I mean.
Yeah. He was big in the opposition.
So anyway, this is a bloody important point, very important
Oh
point.
yeah, the media, absolutely.
Absolutely. So so far, I'm completely sold off Magyar Péter. Will it be good?
Hopefully,
We could
hopefully.
he gain it?
He still has
I'm not
to
sure.
do the biggest hurdle of actually winning, but
Yeah. But so far, these are real issues. All of them are really bloody issues.
okay,
Very
let's
consuming
see.
issues in Hungarian society.
Promote family support. That's pretty cookie cutter to me. Everybody says that.
Yes, but I've been talking that he concretely talk about that. For example, single parents should get family
Right.
support.
Yeah. Okay, I guess we've
So,
discussed this.
and this is really important because Orban never accepted that if you are a single parent or even if you have one or two person, two children, that you need support. You get nothing if you have
You would
only
think
one
that
or
if you're a
two kids.
single parent, you would need more support.
Yes, but no. In Hungarian system, you may this is mainly a support system of the Fidesz close support. So like middle class, upper middle class families who have enough income to get the tax deductions, because mostly it's tax deductions. Poor families doesn't pay as much taxes that though they could use these tax deductions very
Hmm.
much. So it's a horrid system. It's really that, and you can see that the Hungarian population decline haven't stopped because it doesn't happen to the poor people who would want to have children. One of the reasons I came out because I would never have a chance to have a child. Didn't I wasn't able to have a child,
Hmm.
but uh, but I would like I would love to have a child, and in Hungary I would never have be able
Would you
to
have been
support
able
a
to
child.
adopt?
Um, I mean, I'm not in an economical position, but in Hungary you wouldn't. You would struggle to even rent a little home.
Right.
It's really
But if
horrid.
you were okay
The
financially,
British,
would you be able to adopt? Or would that be like because I know in Poland adopting is difficult. You have to
in Hungary,
fundraise.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I haven't checked that, and that wasn't a concern of the time. It was a concern about not being able to rent out my own room,
Mm,
even my own
yeah.
room in Hungary. In payment, I wasn't able
I
to pay
wonder.
for that.
I don't see actually anything about housing in this on this list.
Yes, and this is something you can criticize about, right?
Like
Yeah, the
our main
housing.
leftist politician actually Zandberg, I haven't talked about him much because he sort of dropped off in the but he has a lot of interesting policy. He talks about housing a lot in this conversation. Public housing. Public housing is still a pretty big thing in Poland.
This is will be something interesting if they win. At what will happen, because there are a good a part of the Hungarian opposition which I still massively like, and this is emerged from a Green Party. The one part of the Green Party totally went nuts. The other part was became more socially aware, and one of them became part of the mayor of Budapest, and he was working together with people I know uh, who was uh, for housing and homeless
Right.
uh, prevention,
And our
and
president-elect, of course, has had the
and
accusation of coming an elderly person
okay,
from a public house to put it into a private market. But
yeah, yeah, that's a problem. So what I will be interested that how Magyar Péter will cooperate with this opposition. So will he bring some of these people who are working in homeland to preventing homeless situation for homeless people rights for decades now? Will he pull these people into the new reforming whatever if he wins, right? So this will be interesting to see how he cooperates with other uh, key players or players within politics.
yeah, we have the most support medium-sized enterprises. That's 14. That's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think we need to dwell on that much on the
Yeah,
support medium companies too much. 15. Transform law enforcement. How the police works.
absolutely need that now. Yeah, I
Okay, let's
mean
see.
there's a lot of problem. Yeah,
Open the agent files. 16.
yeah. This been never been opened, and this is one of the so one of the potential things in Putin's head that Orban himself might be part of the Harom per Harom. Harom per Harom is the 3/3. This was the name of the internal um, um, political agency in before 89 was gathering data of other people and then those data was used to imprison them or get rid of them. No, murder wasn't really a thing which happened, but you could totally close down yourself from any potential job in your kind of work, and you might
Right.
need it to work like whatever you could access,
Mm.
like really low quality jobs or low paying jobs. So these are really important. And the rumor is that he was part of this agency.
Oh,
He was an informant.
the next one is extremely specific, so I would need a really big explanation on the next one, because the next one is like ultra specific. Oh, Screenwatcher says, what document is being referenced? Hold on.
This is the list of the agents.
So
So
Trump has blamed plenty of stuff on fish, California wildfires being an example. Oh yeah, when he wasted billions of gallons of water, he blamed environmentalists and that they wanted to preserve uh, fish species by diverting the water into the sea. I remember that was crazy. He also has gotten most environmental protections. Yes, he has, which is a problem because the
yeah.
United States is one of the biggest polluters in the world. So.
So it's not only affecting US, it's affecting all of us. Yeah,
Oh
it's horrid.
yeah. What document is being referenced? You said. I'm seeing a lot of
This is the,
similarities to what has been going on in the States. Yeah, because the US observes Hungary and takes a lot of ideas from there. Trump is
there
a
is
close ally of Orban. At least has
okay.
been.
Trump himself probably doesn't care too much of Orban. He will throw Orban away by him. Like Putin also doing the same. Putin was really nasty with Orban time to time. But there is
Yeah,
a
but
kind
Trump
of
sort
build
of
up.
prides himself on having the image of having personal relations with people. I've noticed.
Yes, but it's more important. The GOP itself have really deep ties with Fidesz for a
Mm,
long time now.
yeah.
And Orban was building up a kind of academies to US politician, to GOP politician. They coming to Budapest to examine these Canaan, these paradise of right wing, family centered, and it's like Potemkin places, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you know what Potemkin is, right?
Potyomkin,
That Potemkin,
like the general.
Potemkin villages.
Ah, no.
This is the expression that you build up uh, places to show off and to make people think that this is the real, this is the state of affairs, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
this is
It's like
all.
so basically
Oh,
it's I mean I know that the example I'm giving is really extreme, but after the Holodomor, people would be invited to those places that would be so neat and people would be doing so well and they would get out of these tours thinking, "Oh wow, things are not so bad. Things are
yeah,
actually
yeah,
much
yeah.
better
So this
than."
and this is the Potemkin. Potemkin is a Russian such a village which was built up for just for showing. That was the name of Hungarian spelling of the name. But this is how you talk when you want to express that this is the show. Just it's a Potemkin. So yeah, this is a show. But GOP learning absolutely going in Hungary, young chaps who wants to get involved with American politics, American politician coming to Hungary, learning. There are political philosophers writing stuff for these movements. Uh, horrid stuff. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Strongman by
Next point.
agents, strongman by agency in reference to Trump wanting to be perceived as body of other perceived strongman. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Like I have a good relationship with Putin, with Xi Jinping, with you name it, you name a dictator, Trump will want to have a nice relationship with them. I've noticed.
Let me translate that. he want to be part of the guys with the big balls.
Yeah, basically.
Right? And I was supposed to bound, yeah. I'm not a
I'm a big
guy
boy.
who's afraid.
So we have transform laws, open agent. Oh, okay. This one is very specific. Review the case of the foreign currency borrowing.
Yes, okay. This is very specifically 2008 thing, okay? And the 2008 global crash was, the bubble of the
Yeah.
properties and lending had a very specific effect of Hungary because at the time in the 2000s, most of the borrowing in Hungary happened in foreign currency. So you had a loan
Ah, oh
taking
my
of
gosh. Okay. Can you specify the currency? Maybe it's similar in Poland.
Swiss, Swiss.
Swiss. Oh yeah. Oh, that's horrible. That is
And
horrible.
what's happened in 2008 that the Hungarian forint was devaluating, but these people had to pay their loans
In
in the
Swiss, yeah.
Swiss currency, right?
That happened in Poland
And
as well. My
yes,
father
so
took
it
a
was
loan to buy an apartment in Swiss banks. Yeah.
suddenly middle class people, famous celebrities of the late 80s, 90s, who did well, became poor, even homeless, some of them. It was really bad situation, massively, and why he wants to open it because we are not sure that how Orban was handling it after,
Yeah, in Poland it went on
because
so
this
bad that the government started sort of offering the defranchisation of loans as part of their sort of campaigning.
okay, but this is the problem. In Hungarian case, we are not sure that this happened, right? So Fidesz might did it with his own people, but not. So there might be a lot of corruption how they
Yeah.
rolled up the programs which supposed to help of everyone who was trapped in this.
My friend the
Uh,
lawyer actually helps people with getting out of the franc loans.
it was so bad. Yeah, I think it's the region was very much affected. It's a very specific thing. It's very different than how the crash affected elsewhere.
Technically
So
speaking, I'm still saddled with my father's franc loan.
mm, it's bad. Yeah. So this means that, and I totally agree. I don't know. And there is none of these points which I design. Okay, the middle business scale is so. I'm not sure that we need to support middle businesses necessarily.
I mean, that's
Uh,
always gonna
I
be
don't
part
know.
of party
I don't know what
promises.
it means, right?
Supporting small and middle-sized businesses is always
Yeah.
on the
I
agenda.
mean, I mean, definitely we should go away of big urban family businesses. I totally agree with that. But how exactly will happen? That's important. And yeah, so that's the only
Okay.
point I'm not disagreeing, but I'm very all of
Okay.
the other point I agree, and I think Magyar Peter made some comments which shows some understanding of the real issues in that
Next
so far.
next one is also specific. Also, you're gonna
Mm.
have to explain it a bit. Bring back kata taxation.
What?
Bring back kata taxation.
I think this is a simplified tax system. It only means that I don't know how they called it. It
Okay.
was introduced after I left,
Okay. Okay.
but
Okay.
basically it's to make a yearly tax in Hungary. It's really
Next point
complicated.
is ultra
Bloody
self-explanatory. Review international treaties.
good. Good.
Very vague, but self-explanatory enough that we don't have to dwell on it.
Yeah. This is mostly aimed against the Russian, because we have a new nuclear power plant built in
Not,
Paks 2,
by the by,
and that's
Hungary and
Rosatom.
Slovakia has those two countries have vetoed a um, new batch of sanctions against Russia. just
Hmm?
recently.
The veto.
Just recently, Hungary and Slovakia have vetoed new sanctions against Russia.
Of course, of course. But this can change because there is a lot of corruption going around with Chinese companies and Russian companies and Orban. So this is mainly about that. So when
Oh, this
international
was this.
relationship
The official
is these
explanation
issues.
was that the sanctions included banning of Russian oil and gas, which they did not want
Okay,
to.
okay, okay. But this is okay. We shouldn't disregard the concern of gas access in Hungary because this is a real issue. The and it's a really delicate issue. Hungarian energy sector is, and I think I talk about it, that 50% is coming from a nuclear power plant, the POX one, four reactors. Little bit dependent on the water level of Duna River, which is making it a little bit unreliable of these hot waves.
True, but
And
I'm
so
not
that
dismissing
there
the
are some issues.
concern, but I think that
But
I think like there
okay,
should be some other solution than.
okay. Here is the thing: the gas mostly about civilian people using for heating. So imagine that you are telling your population, your elderly population, that we won't get heating for you. You will freeze to death to save some person potentially in Ukraine.
I mean, yeah, but
Because this is the choice you have to make.
what I'm saying is there has to be some other solution other than we just have to keep using
Okay, but if
Russian
there is no
gas.
other solution, if there is no other solution then, because most of the housing are depend on gas heating,
Yeah, but
then what? What
that
is that?
it's
We
impossible
don't
that
even
there's
have a
no other gas
we,
than Russian gas. That's
we don't even
impossible.
have a port. We don't even have a port. We don't
Yeah,
even
but
have a
isn't there
sea.
any other like? Couldn't the European Union organize alternative support for
Okay, but
Hungary?
if Europe do European Union organize some solution of this? So this is the question. Okay, we are telling that Slovakia and Hungary are bad, and yes, this is a cynical choice as well. So it's not only, but there are real concerns about population not accessing to gas, uh, and this is the years of neglecting of investment of restructuring the heating system of old housing. So there is a lot of issues here which we can't change now just by this. And if there is no effort to address these issues, and what I'm expecting of this government to do, obviously they will, and they will cynically using these real problems to put their own bloody agenda of pro-Russian, right?
Hmm.
And then the voter, the for example, a elderly person who depend on gas will think, all right, I need to vote for Fidesz, even if I don't like necessarily everything that they do, but they are the only one who try to protect my uh, heating. And this is what they talking in internal elections, right? So Madhya Peter is strong because, okay, he's telling that we need to revisit this, but he's also trying to talk that I'm still supporting you, poor people who depend on the gas heating. And I'm not talking only about the war relation, I'm talking in a wider problem of why we haven't invested into housing. And that's might need that we need to access of EU support more to restructure these heating systems, right?
Yeah.
So this is a complicated problem, and often these problems are ignored in the when we magnify out, right? We don't care about the everyday issues or the material issues. We concerning about international relationship, and suddenly the heating problem of the poor people are lost. It became a chip in the global politics. And the same reverse is true, right? So if we are buying gas, we supporting the death of real Ukrainian people as well. So that's also true, right?
Well, yeah,
You've been there.
by necessity, if you like, if a country buys gas from Russia, it supports its war machine.
Yes, so both of the statements are true, and we need to really try to balance it out and address it in a sense that we understand the problem, both sides. So yeah, EU should step in
Yeah, it
to
should. Yeah,
get
yeah, I think so. Yeah, it
get
should.
investment.
It should offer an
And
alternative to the gas.
yeah, yeah, and so both Slovakia and Hungary is landlocked country.
Although there's
So
also
we
like
got
the problem of uh, Hungary under Orban having problem with funding from the EU because of the whole anti-democracy.
yeah, and it's getting a vicious circle that is reinforcing the voters to vote to Orban, right?
Hmm.
Because we don't get any support from EU. The bloody People's Party was happy to support Orban when they get the seats, the majority of the seats for the majority of
Right,
controlling EU. They were happy to get that.
right. But those are simpler
So
times.
I'm so bloody angry of sometimes of the EU scare politics that they easy to find this kind of uh, oh, it's the Hungarians with the, oh, it's the Slovakians who have a problem, and ignoring the economical issues there as well.
I mean, both things can be sort of true at the same time.
Absolutely. Okay. But if I'm not addressing what I'm expecting people to vote, the same. Do I expect Ukrainians will vote in favor of Hungarian elderly people to get the Russian gas when their relatives are dying because Russian gas are sold? Do I expect them to vote against their interest? Hmm? Do I expect them to have empathy then to other countries' poor people?
I mean, if I
Obviously
were
not.
to answer, then it depends.
Depends, of course, but uh, uh, if I have to choose that 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 something that what I'm not even having enough information about, uh, uh, because everybody's translating it. Orban is far right and Hungarians are anti-Ukrainians or whatsoever. Uh, that or so I think we are. I'm really annoyed of how we treat politics. Anyway, so it's like there are reasons why Russian gas is important still to Hungary, and there need to be solution. If there is no solution, we cannot. The Hungarian pro-Russian politician will always use this to win elections. Always will use cynically the real concerns of people of accessing basic necessities.
It's usually the case.
And Poland is in a better situation because Poland have a Baltic Sea. It,
Right.
it can it can arrive shipments of liquid gas easier than into. Yeah, we should have been really thinking of alternatives like 10, 20 years ago, not now. Now it's really emergency situation
Well,
which need to
10, 20 years ago,
maybe
every, like less than 20 years ago, everybody thought that importing
yeah
gas and oil from Russia was still cool. So,
yeah, I agree. This is
like, everybody
uh,
thought that it was cool then.
But it's not
Like, there was
even
the.
about only the it's not only even the gas source, right? This is about housing. Do I spend for poor people to renovate their houses and to get better kind of heating system? Sometimes even such simple bloody things as insulation. In UK, I'm living now in UK. Insulation is so bloody underfunded. Local councils now or state rolled up insulation programs, and I sign up, and this totally saved me a lot of electricity. But a lot of housing doesn't have this. They have single glazed windows in a lot of places. Single glazed bloody windows. doesn't keep heat. So it's like it's not only the electricity itself where I'm getting it, it's how to build up the usage of electricity, how to support the vulnerable people to able to access uh, uh, ways to spare electricity.
Hmm.
So these are complicated issues.
Yeah. Let me see. So we've seen here. Oh, 20 feels like a jab. Point number 20 feels like a jab. Um, implement a real child protection reform.
Yeah, this is relates that the emerging Magyar Péter is emerging as a serious politician who is a contender with the child abuse case, right? So this is
Yeah,
absolutely relating to that. Yeah.
yeah. Feels like a little bit of. And the last point on this list: allocate as many resources as possible to healthcare and education.
Yeah, important, very important. Yeah. So in Hungary, the necessity to stay in school is reduced from 18 years to 15 years.
You're
15
kidding.
year old 15 years old children might end up into the labor
You're
market.
kidding. Really? In Poland, it's you have to
Really,
finish high school.
really,
High school is mandatory.
really, it's totally backwards. Orban doesn't want to have educated people. Orban
Um,
want to have poor, uneducated um, uh, voters who will be scared and will vote wherever he wants. Yeah, it's horrid. Horrid.
uh. Poland's big issues are healthcare and housing for sure. There are those big companies that have a lot of power in Poland. Big developer companies, developer
Okay.
companies.
Back a little bit of electricity because people have some people who I'm talking online have a very naive view of how to resolve it. So, for example,
Wait,
why
resolve
you are
which
not
one? Healthcare or housing?
no electricity issues like
Oh.
dependence of gas. So why not
You
invest
were
into
asked a
nuclear?
question. I'm not sure if you can see the chat.
No, I'm not.
So it's a harm mitigation process and it's nuanced, trying to learn. Did you hear?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, that's the question. So it is a harm mitigation process and is nuanced, trying to learn about the
So
energy. I think that was about energy.
yeah. So absolutely, there are a large group of people which will be immediately harmed if there is no gas supply in Hungary because most of the lot of old blockhouses and lot of old way before the blockhouses going back to late 19th century, early
Wow.
20th century apartment
The
housing
US
in
is really
Budapest is using gas.
the US is
It's
really
using gas
bad.
techniques. Hmm?
The US is really US has poor child labor protection. You can work 12-hour shifts at 14 while in school depending on
Yeah, and
state.
they also reducing these protection.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ almighty.
they, so it's even getting worse in that sense. Yeah. So yes, there is an immediate harm done if the gas will be cut off.
Hmm.
And to address this, you need to address how the problem emerging. Lack of alternative for heating in these places. So you need to have programs which target to link into alternative heating system, maybe electrical heating. But that again doesn't mean that we are independent of Russian influence, because our second power plant now, and the first one as well, is dependent on Russian technology, and it's dependent on uranium,
Uranium, the
which we
biggest topic when it comes to modern current day politics, enriched uranium.
yeah. So anyway, a lot of problems here. So it's not necessary even if we stop the gas. That means that we are no longer supporting the Russian and this is Magyar Péter point that we need to
You know who could
recheck.
supply Hungary with enriched uranium? A little bit of a
Maybe if we
joke.
have a colony,
A
maybe
little
we
bit
have
of a. I'm
maybe
doing.
if we have. I know what you want to say,
Yeah.
but let me say something else. If maybe we would like France with ex-colonies and influence and build up a exploitative system to get cheap uranium out of African states, yeah, maybe we will be fine as well.
But listen, maybe Iran could give Hungary
Yeah.
its uranium.
So these are, and this is why I'm supporting a lot of programs which tries to get renewables. Uh, because, for example, in Hungary, renewables, half of our electricity comes with nuclear power plant. So to replace the non-nuclear electricity, which is not environmental friendly, we might need to roll up with power plants of wind and solar mostly, and it's an alternative.
Right.
If you go between Austria and Hungary, you will see the difference of how much one country invested into renewables and how much the other one. Massive. You go with the train or with the car, and you will see suddenly the emerging of wind power plants in Austria, and that's almost well, at least when I lived in home, almost were non-existent in Hungary. Now there is some, but we can still have a larger section of our electricity coming from that.
Right.
And insulation of old housing. I lived in
What
a
is
block
heating
house in
gas?
Hungary.
Liquid natural gas?
Where to get it? The liquid natural gas. Where to get that?
No, that was a question.
Where to get it?
No, the question
Which
was
house?
what gas is used for heating? Liquid natural gas?
Yeah. The natural gas. So these are coming from old pipelines built in the Warsaw Pact era.
Some of them go
These are the
through
old
Turkey.
systems. So Turkey, there was alternatives that Turkey might build up something, right, to access to all the Soviet states' gas source, but it's never became a big alternative. It never
No, I
became as
mean
a real.
Russia has a pipeline going through Turkey.
Yeah, but that's different. That doesn't come to us. This is coming straight from Ukraine.
No,
We
no,
have
it
gas
bypasses
from Ukraine.
Ukraine.
Hmm?
The it bypasses Ukraine, the Turkey one.
But that
That's
doesn't
why
come to Hungary.
Ukraine. I
That doesn't come to
I
Hungary.
think it goes to um what's that Transnistria country? Uh Gosh. It definitely supplies some countries, which is why Ukraine tried to shut it down. I'll look into it. Uranium, US has tons of it and still uses coal and natural gas predominantly, which is insane. Private nuclear power are only being proposed for AI data centers. That is pretty wild. I'm still surprised that the aspect of the whole Iran thing is not being discussed more. How, in my opinion, okay, let me ask you this. You ready?
Yeah.
Don't you think it's a little bit unreasonable that the US told Iran, it's not that you cannot enrich uranium to get nuclear weapons. You cannot enrich domestically, period.
I mean, it's totally nonsense. This is totally nonsense. I believe it's
Yeah,
like
it's unreasonable. It's ridiculous.
yes, yeah. I think now we have from Turkey as well. Might be. I'm just reading that there is an agreement in 2023 with the Turkish company of MVM and Botas. No, the MVM is the Hungarian one, and Botas is the Turkish electrical company. It's this year Hungary. But there is a decrease of the gas consumption still. So that was the an attempt to decrease gas consumption according to data at least.
There was a whole thing.
Uh,
God, I, maybe as part of the fight against Empire Present Sunday show, which I am a part of now. So I have to prepare. Maybe I should do a thing about Iran actually, because that's actually very interesting. How screwed over Iran has been historically by empires.
uh,
Let's just say.
I will be back in a moment.
Oh wait, that's a thing. Oh my gosh, it's a place that I can.
Useful.
All right, I found it. Thank God. I'm really exploring today in exploration. Maybe I should make the music a little bit. My dog is panting hard. He feels very hot. My dog is feeling very hot. He's breathing heavily. Maybe I should take him to a veterinarian. By the way, if you like what I do, if you like my politics, and if you're enjoying this stream, I hope, then perhaps you will want to join the page called lucyhaze.org/live. Are you back?
Yeah,
Let
yeah.
me do some shilling.
Back, good. Back to the electricity stuff.
Oh, but you tend
Um,
like, but I haven't, told you about the possible little thing that I might want to do on about how Iran has
Iran.
been historically screwed over big time.
I think that should be next. You should concentrate first on your strength of the Russian Empire,
Probably
Polish history.
that could be
So
cool, yeah.
you do that first, and then maybe later when you getting
Oh,
the
I'll
hint of
give
Iran,
Fido some water maybe. The self promo is join the lucyhazet.org/live and consider donating or subscribing because I need to get funds for my next trip. I'm not sure if you know, I might be going to Kharkiv my next trip. Did you know?
don't tell me. No, don't tell me.
Don't tell you why.
No, don't tell me now because I don't want to worry too much.
Oh, there's a lot of centers for children that I want to
You
visit.
even forget to tell that you arrived home.
I was just, just
Okay,
groggy.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, doesn't matter.
I was
I,
just very groggy. I arrived at like
yeah,
5 or 6.
yeah. Let's people who have a concern of you
I'm
might get
sorry.
yeah, it
Sorry,
doesn't matter.
sorry, sorry.
Because okay, people who doesn't know there is a lot of more intense bombing and drone attacks in Ukraine
Oh yeah.
since
Like I've
lot of more
been in Kiev on the day when 28 people died, and okay, technically speaking, I've not been in the city itself, but on the day when 10 people died, I actually that is very. I feel a bit weird about it, but when the
I
bigger,
think 16 people died actually.
oh,
I believe
it
in
went up.
Kiev. 16. Yeah.
Mm.
Some because hundreds of injured
Oh no,
and I
the
think
first bombing was 28 people died
maybe more than yeah. It went up
in
because
the
obviously
first one.
hundreds are injured and some of them died because
Oh,
obviously
Human Safari is in
hospital,
Kherson, the city of Kherson.
hospitals needs electricity, right? Hospitals need staffing. So even if
Yeah,
they
yeah,
could save people because of these cutdowns and the reach, more people will die, even those who
yeah.
injured. It's horrid.
Screen
It's
Watcher
horrid.
says Human Safari. I've heard it called. It's a thing that happened in the city of Kherson. There's a good documentary about it. Uh, let me see. But yes, I feel a bit weird about it because on the night of that huge bombing. I was listening in. I heard some buzzing in the distance and anti-air, and I thought, I guess that's the extent of it. And I just fell asleep, and I fell asleep and slept through most of the biggest bombing. Like the place I was in shook from the explosions. There were loud explosions, and I just slept through it.
Yeah, I think you will learn that in catastrophic situation you might not, you might still be able to sleep. And I learned that in care situations when somebody is
Right.
dying and you still need to sleep. You are exhausted. You get to sleep, and then you're
Yeah,
waking up.
I sort
That
of
people
woke
might
up
be dying.
thinking that nothing happened, and that feels a bit
Yeah,
weird.
and then you realize that everything fall apart and catastrophes happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, in my case, it was more personal level because in care job that is. But yeah, I mean, but what is important? Don't blame yourself when you sleep through it. Or it feels weird, but
When I when I
people
s-
still need sleeping.
when I said that to my mom, she was like, "Yeah, I know your sleep. I know how you sleep." When I was a teen in the house still, there was this situation where she didn't have the key and she needed to get in, and so she took a ladder to sort of. She took the ladder and she went on the ladder to the window to my room and started banging, maximum banging on the door and shouting, "Let me in! Wake up, let me in!" And I just slept through it. I never woke up.
So going back, I'm autistic anyway. So going back to the electricity, I think that this is a strong case for why to support Ukraine and why to absolutely maximum. We need to pull in because uh, first of all, Ukraine is not only with grain really important to
Oh, it has
Europe,
guts,
it's
yeah.
also the electricity. Not only the gas, the nuclear power plant capacities.
Yes, right,
Lot of
yeah.
rivers there. This is why we need to fight to keep those nuclear power plants into Ukrainian territory
Yeah,
because
and
we are
not
not
let the
only just
United
talking just
States take them over as well.
or Russia or now United States, right? Because this is horrid situation. We are talking about an electric grid, and people forget about this. Oh, why for bloody territories? Why people fighting? The Zaporozhian power plant is how many? 8 reactors, I believe.
Hmm.
Massive amount of electrical producing the electrical need of Ukraine.
Yeah,
No,
and Ukraine
that
has more than just that one, so
no, of course. But what I'm telling that losing that one means a lot already.
yeah.
And it's not just a bloody territory that's producing electricity to most of the country or large percent of the country. So you can tell, oh, why we're just fighting. And this means that can you support a hospital or cannot you support a hospital electricity? Can you access basic needs in winter time, heating for people not to freeze, or you cannot? So it's not. People are so bloody easy to dismiss all of these concerns that people are dying for unnecessary things. Americans
Hmm.
all the time telling that
Oh yeah. I've
to
heard a
not freeze to
very
death is not
I've
an
heard a
unnecessary thing.
very extreme opinion from someone, but I guess, maybe it would
What was
be
it?
that the US could use being occupied for a bit to sort of learn.
I mean, not wrong, not wrong. I mean, they don't have any ideas how these real life affect. They could some of these people who are in decision making should stay in a winter time with unheated blockhouses, which some of the Ukrainians had to live through. Maybe they would realize that why those nuclear power plants staying in Ukrainian state is important for because after there will be a peace, so-called peace treaty. I don't think so that the Russian and occupied territories will happily give
Yeah.
electricity to. No, they won't. So there is a lot of incentives for Hungary to side into and Magyar Peter, I think it's more pro-Ukrainian himself or less anti-Ukrainian. I never heard any anti-Ukrainian stuff. Uh, that thing we haven't talked about. You remember that you wanted to. cover it that are
Oh yeah,
first foreign minister.
what are his yeah, I did want to cover the first foreign minister guy, but what
Yeah,
are his
maybe we could
what,
address that as
what
well.
are the politics of the opposition leader on Ukraine? That's something
I
that's
don't
I've
know.
not seen it
I don't
discussed
know
ever.
because I don't think so that he's doing a lot about concentration about that. He's not anti-Ukrainian, that's for sure,
Yeah,
and
but
pro EU
surely
institution.
he speaks about foreign policy like at all, right? That's impossible. He did not lay
That's we
down
should
any.
rely more of EU. That's usually the statement that we should rely more of EU.
Well,
We
that
should
would be
belong to EU.
pro-Ukraine
That's
then.
yes, but he's not talking specifically of Ukraine because it's so. I think it's so poised the public talk about Ukraine and dominated by the media. Well, look, most of them, even if you are opposition media, and that was the media law, they created the centralized agency, and even the opposition media is incentivized to get the foreign news from there because they cannot afford to have their own broadcasters or their own. They cannot. They get these news from Ukraine out of these information. So I think Magyar Péter is wise here that not to get into details about this too
I
much.
mean,
But I
if
think
he says that he wants to be more aligned with the European Union, then that already tells me a lot.
that already tells that it's more pro-Ukrainian than Orban. What
Yeah.
will be the extent of this? Will he win? I have no idea.
Which, by
But
the way, our president-elect, it's a bit off topic, sort of, kind of, but he is less pro-integration with the EU regarding defense. He wants each individual state to build up its defense individually, and the candidate that lost wanted to do more joint European defense,
I mean,
which
this is crazy. Okay,
yeah,
I know people doesn't like that EU army should be. I think EU army should be now. EU army
I
is a
think so
potential.
as well.
EU army is a potential danger of abuse. True, true. But I think so that individual armies are also potential
It's
tool to
also
abuse.
about individual, not just armies, but it's also about the interest of the individual nation state defense industries that are not so keen on uh,
Yeah, give up more centralized. Yeah,
and give
yeah,
up
I
more
understand that.
selling less for
Poland
more.
has a very yes, and Poland have a very large, relatively large industry of military industry production.
Yeah, although not
Hungary have a much
not
less.
ammunition in this, not ammunition production. That's something that Poland lacks.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
Hungary has much less, I believe, of okay, so you I don't think so you covered of this that the ex foreign
I
minister
have
of
not
the
yet.
first government.
I've not had enough info, so I have not covered this yet at all.
So he Yasenski Geza, and he's an important person in relationship of Ukraine because believe it or not, in the early 90s, Hungary probably aside of Austria had the best relationship as a Hungarian government with Ukraine.
In
Probably
the
that's
90s,
why
Poland probably had a pretty cold relationship with Ukraine.
maybe, yeah. I can't say that I was tracking Polish 90s politics at the time, but yeah, I could see because the emerging right wing was talking about the massacres of Lvov or Lviv.
Yeah,
Um,
although in
um,
the 80s, the opposition, the 70s, 80s, like the French sort of opposition with the magazine that I have plenty of here, talked about the need of normalization relations with Ukraine, and the most importantly, the need to accept the borders as they are.
yeah,
And I think
yeah.
Poland was the first country to recognize Ukraine as independent when it broke off from.
Now this is the important because in the Warsaw Pact, in part of the Eastern Bloc, right? Uh, we kind of haven't accepted Ukraine as independent because it was part of Soviet Union, and all of these states were kind of satellite states of Soviet Union as well. So
Yeah.
within the Warsaw Pact, we kind of work together,
Oh, this is
sometimes
actually
invading
very.
each
There's an
other.
important aspect to this that I'm gonna mention in a moment.
Yeah,
Like when because
mention.
Poland sort of became independent of the Soviet bloc earlier, 1989, but later, like the Soviet Union broke apart later, right? So Poland normalized the borders with Ukraine before Ukraine even left Soviet Union, which is pretty interesting and significant. That
Yeah,
sort of Poland did
I mean,
sort of relations with Ukraine directly before it even left the
I
Union.
mean, this is kind of also supporting of their independence in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So yes. Now, similar thing happened with the Hungary, with Helsinki Kesa and the basic treaty, because the newly emerged democratic mm, liberal democratic state of Hungary suddenly had to face with that what are relationship with the old territories, which once was part of the Hungarian kingdom, and what
Oh
will
yeah.
be my relationship outside of Warsaw Pact with the neighboring countries, which all have Hungarian minorities around, Hungarian speakers. Serbia has, Croatia have far less. In Serbia is quite important. Romania, Transylvania massively have a large amount of Hungarian speakers. Slovakia has, Austria has a little bit. Uh, so they were always felt, those Hungarians always felt lucky to end up there. And Ukraine has large amount, right?
Hmm.
So what will be our relationship with these people then? What will be the relationship of these countries? And Yaselski was pushing that we need to have a basic treaty with Ukraine where we state that we no longer have any territorial demand of that Transcarpathian region, right?
Hmm.
So you don't want to have Bereksas and Újvár, these cities. So even if there is massively Hungarian speakers live there or important section of Hungary, we never wanted to back. They signed up this treaty, so that was really important. Jasenski was pushing for the language education, and I believe I was talking about this that the argument wasn't nationalistic, even if this was a central right government. The argument was that these Hungarian communities are poverty ridden, uh, have difficulty to access education, and if they don't have access to Hungarian education in schools, then there will be a generational problem between the parents and the children, and the children less likely to able to integrate into the economy uh, and to Ukraine itself, right?
Mm.
So that's why they're pushing for early elementary classes have maybe Hungarian language math or
Yeah,
some
that makes
subject, right?
sense. Yeah, makes sense. Just
Absolutely.
like that's
So
why
you,
I sort of was in favor of, like, it's different but it's similar. I think that the Polish government, which is the one that I criticize the most, the Lone Justice government, dropped the ball. A lot of people praised the Polish government for how Ukrainian refugees were treated, but I honestly think that Poland should have done more to introduce Ukrainian education for Ukrainian children, refugees.
to young children.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the reverse is also true. Absolutely. So yeah. These are important. So and I even say that even if not a big minority group coming to a city, that city might need to have an option of maybe start a education of because then in that class suddenly maybe 15 children are from one place,
Yeah, I think
and
so.
maybe you should
And
consider to
also,
hire a.
like, I had a student again from Vietnam, was like 16, I think 17 when he came to Poland. And he was just in 2 months upon coming to the country expected to go to a Polish high school and learn in Polish and learn philosophy in Polish. Like,
Mm,
you're not gonna learn a language in 2 months, let alone
yes,
start
yeah,
studying
yeah, yeah.
philosophy.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Okay. So back into Yasenski Geza. So Yasenski Geza have a son who is totally Fidesz. He's kind of alternative media, celebrity figure.
One moment,
Yasenski
okay? We're
George.
going to torture center place
Yeah.
her son. I'm not sure if I'm going to go to her son, but I'm going to go to Kharkiv. I'm not sure if I'd be able to go to her son. I'd have to. I'm actually not sure if I'd be able to. I get a lot of people mad if I do. But yes. Before I go to any more risque places, I would like to have any form of accreditation, which would mean that any sort of thing from me would have to be published. Isn't that right, Karasu?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm fighting for that sort of for now to get published anywhere.
Yeah. It's good that if you're able to.
But yes, going
So,
back
so
to
back,
the Prime
back,
Minister,
back,
Minister of
no, no,
Foreign
no,
Affairs,
Foreign
Minister of
Minister,
Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Minister.
Hmm.
Why it's important today, Yasenski Geza? Because Yasenski Geza is a very loud pro-Ukrainian and pro-EU person, criticizing the government now, Orban, and kind of like he is from a central right government and party which doesn't exist anymore. And he goes around doing talk in public, in media, and educational stuff about this. And Fidesz media started to attack him as a traitor. And the far-right, Mi Hazánk far-right party, so the ultra Hungarian nationalists started to attack him that he was a traitor. He gave away the Hungarian territories to Ukraine when we had the chance to get it back.
Thank
Totally
goodness.
lunatic.
Thank goodness this sort of thing was like that was like the thing that the opposition in France was talking about. We have to sort it now. We cannot think about it when Poland becomes independent. We have to sort of like we have to accept that the borders are as they are and it's not changing basically.
Okay, but Hungary accepted those borders, right?
Yeah.
Hungary
But it's sort
accepted.
of what I mean is like it's good that it was sort of let's decide it on it like even before the country sort of.
Yeah. But there was a consensus in Hungary. Nobody
Yeah.
was against Esztergom Géza at the time. Esztergom Géza was relatively highly respected person, never get into much problem. I think there was only one scandal around the US F-16 buying, maybe that somehow linked to him, but I have to second check. That was the worst of this thing, but I'm not even sure about because I think he was. I have to check. I cannot tell. So let's just skip this. This is half information, so don't take it as a truth. Anyway, uh, he was assaulted and tried to be assassinated recently, a couple of weeks ago. He came out of his home.
Do we know who did the assassination?
Yeah, they captured the guy. And the guy was so they came out from their apartment. This is all the 19th, 20th century, early 20th century housing. So internal courtyard. You have similar kind of housing in Warsaw, right?
Yeah, like a
internal
kamienica.
courtyard, stairs around, and balcony all around where you can access the individual
Balconies are in
flat.
the inner yard, right?
Yes.
Like
And
that's
when
like
you
an
go
inner
out,
square.
yes, I love it. I when I was little kid, we lived in such a place. Very bad situation in housing, but the internal courtyard, I loved it.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah.
so they came down with the wife, Yasenski Geza, and this guy was started to beat up Yasenski Geza with the hammer. One of the broke the school, and one of the part of the school was entering into his head like a bullet. So they had to immediately operate because it
Oh,
was like
sorry,
a bullet hole.
I received a question. Press credentials, yes. You know, press accreditation. Basically, it means that an outlet or a newspaper or any sort of press company or whatever it tells, oh yeah, we sort of, this person sort of works for us or represents us, or we give them our accreditation. Is that an okay way to describe it, you think? What
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
think?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay, right?
We
Yeah.
have in country fixer.
Credit worth that.
Technically speaking, I mean, the organization that I'm working with now said that if I go to Kharkiv, they would sort of give me a nice fixer. But technically speaking, if I knew the language, I would not need a fixer. There's this Polish, pretty well known journalist that just travels everywhere solo without anybody. And that's how he was able to get accepted into things that nobody else, even in the world, was able to. Like during that failed counteroffensive in 2023, he was able to go directly with the counteroffensive people because he was alone, and he explained that, well, if I'm alone, then taking one person extra to a unit is like basically like taking almost no one if you're sort of quiet enough and unassuming enough. But two or three people sort of become a crowd a little bit, you know? Does that make sense, Karasu?
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, like, if I spoke Ukrainian, I probably would not even need a fixer, but since I don't, I probably would. You know? Such is life, isn't it? And yes, I need to be, um, I need to get published anywhere first. That's my goal. So, okay, tell me about the assassination attempt from the beginning. Because I haven't seen it
I mean,
reported on
you.
anywhere.
Hmm?
I have not seen it
Yeah, I
reported.
mean, yeah, obviously they don't want to talk about it because it reveals that how bloody toxic is the Orban's backed media's engagement of this situation. But the bloody center-right person who did nothing wrong became the tool of Satan, and that was his son. His son told that Yasenski Geza, the ex-foreign minister, serving Satan and Satan's will. And this guy went there, crashed the school, and wanted to set in fire
Oh,
Yasenski Geza and probably the wife. And the neighbor was saving them. A guy who worked close by a restaurant. And there's an interview with that guy we could watch, and I could translate one day, not today.
that's
But
good.
if you are interested more
I am
detailful,
interested,
that
yeah.
would be an interesting stuff.
I am interested.
How it's happened. Anyway, it's obviously political. But at the
Well, this is
moment,
a
the police
political
is
channel.
denying it. Hmm?
It's a political channel. We love the political.
No, the assassination was obviously political.
Yeah. Does
And
it
that,
have anything to do with his strong pro-Ukraine stance?
but the police denying it. Okay. So how likely you go out to try to rob somebody, even if you want to kill them, right?
Hmm.
To get there with the enough benzene, kerosene, to burn them after in a house. How likely do you do that if it's not a premeditated murder, right? So it's not a robbery. It's nothing to do that. It was a premeditated murder and with a political statement, obviously. So yeah,
Okay.
So what was the aftermath?
and His son was telling that Yasenski Geza is the tool of the Satan.
After the
He's serving
assassination attempt?
Satan. Yes,
Jeez.
his son was telling this after. Oh, he's very sorry that it's happened, but Yasenski Geza is serving Satan.
Uh-huh.
And
Does the son have
yeah,
any
yes,
sort of position anywhere? Is he active in politics?
yes, he's kind of media celebrity in this far right Fidesz circle. So not officially part of the any government, but it's like these alternative new media, and often
Oh, a
going
YouTuber?
to no, but yeah, I think probably has some kind of such presence maybe, but it's going to chats, radio talk, like this kind of stuff.
Right.
So horrid. I mean, the father was telling that he's in a cult. Probably we won't be even cured now. He's too old now. He will remain this kind of crazy. That was his answer. What
Wow.
could he do? He was telling the next day after the operation. He was. I seen a little interview. He was telling, "I had the operation. I will go out and talk about Ukraine the next week. What we planned.
Right.
We won't give up. He's really dedicated. So really a good person in that sense. Really know that it's important to talk out about why it's important to have good relationship and why we need
Right.
to support Ukraine.
Yeah.
And even this attempt, don't let him to divert from that path.
That's good.
Yeah, yeah. That's the short thing about this. I don't know how it will affect the election, but probably it's not a good look for Orbán regime that a center right, relatively respectful, like as in Hungarian society respected minister is had an attempted assassination.
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
That is not good indeed. Mm.
Yeah. Okay, I will say goodbye because I need to go, and you probably also want to carry on with your own stuff.
Yeah. It's been very nice. I think we should. Oh, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff. I should plan more. I wanna do a lot, but
I mean, if you're doing this empire stuff,
I
one
am.
day we should probably talk about the Austrian Empire, a little bit of Austrian Russian Empire interaction.
Interestingly
How
enough, one person that I interviewed said that well, I didn't, that was my translator, said that in his opinion, the most civilized time was under the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
so they were telling that was the best time.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I agree,
Depends.
but
Really depends on which social class you were part
oh,
of
for
and which
Ukraine,
part
I
you
mean.
live. Yeah, but even in Ukraine. So probably, yeah, maybe Lviv. It was good for Lemberg. Yeah, like the name was Lemberg that time. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a lot of cities were thriving. The urban culture was generally thriving. A lot of independence for middle class people, and a lot of middle class people suddenly find themselves that they could part of the bureaucratic
Oh yeah,
elite.
that's true.
Or
That's true.
so that was the liberational stuff for a lot of people in that sense. In the
Political parties
meantime,
formed.
in the meantime, poverty of countryside areas, of less centralized areas, uh, racism against those people. So it is a more complicated thing, and probably we should that's something we should need to talk that how the Austrian Empire changed its policies against minorities, how it interacted with emerging nationalism, how itself tried to implement some kind of what we can understand as nationalism, because Maria Theresia and
Oh, I'm gonna have to
his
identify.
son was
This is Karatsu Kafka. Goodbye. Thank you. Unidentified. I really wanted to put your name on the screen, but I forgot for some reason because I'm a
who
professional
was telling
streamer.
that
The new viewer.
I'm a UFO.
The new
I'm a
viewers
UFO. I'm a UFO.
screen.
I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. I don't have social media presence. I
Won't
am
the
nobody.
organization you work with give you press accreditation? I thought that was more a formally thing. No, the organization that I work with. When I say I work with them, I say that I interview them mostly. I work with
You
them
interview
by
them.
yeah. I work with them in the sense that they are unorganized. They don't have anything to do with the press. They are not the press. They help children with that suffer from the war.
And obviously, if you have accreditation, it can help with cost, perhaps, right? So this is
Mm,
important to
mm,
access. So it's important.
yeah. So I'm trying. I was writing an article when I was in Ukraine as well. A new one. I wrote
Okay.
little bit of about the kid. Remember that I showed you a little bit.
Yeah. You told me. You told me. Yeah, you told me that you finished the article, and look, I'm listening. What you are. If you're saying something, I'm listening.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you.
It might not look like that, but I'm remembering that you rewrote the article in the final version, and the person who had to check the language and
Yeah.
correction, they
I
told that
decided
it's good
sort of to
now.
write the articles in both Polish and English. That's my new thing.
Good.
Maybe
Yeah.
if nobody in Poland will want it, maybe some English speaking outlet will want it.
I mean, definitely it's worth it to do it in English, or even translate back that article you wrote now into
I
English.
could, yeah.
Could be
I
good
could. Could be good. Could be good.
because I think to talk about how children suffer, it's really important. It's
Yeah.
really important, and it's really ignored a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Um,
Ignored too much. It's not as
it's
flashy.
there was a good Hungarian documentary about this. Finally after years, and very good. Try
Like
even
it's
get
not as
videos.
flashy a topic, especially if I film a class and the class is children in a circle clapping and singing a song.
Yeah, it's not trashy, but it's needed. It's humanizing the children as well. And it's also important that understand because they doing with the Palestinian children with Gaza. If they ever laugh, if they ever play, oh, they are not in danger.
Yeah.
Even in the bloodiest danger, children will attempt to laugh
Oh yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Children will attempt to play because they are children. Just positive images doesn't mean that they are not suffering.
Oh yeah.
The
That's why I
same in
avoided
Ukraine. Look,
certain line of questioning when I filmed the class.
yes, yeah, yeah. I'm appreciating it. This should be more talked in both cases. Really, it's first of all, it's a winning strategy to show the real harm. I believe because most of the people can associate with if they are parents with children,
Yeah.
and
I'm thinking of doing something with
sadly,
the filmed material. I have to
yeah,
put
yeah,
more
yeah.
in.
Try that. Try to do more filming. Try to do more. Yeah. I'm sorry that you know some of that um, recording of the
Yeah.
first
That
intel,
is
but
sad.
for me that was heavy to watch. I was watching some of it.
Oh,
Uh,
I did not lose
yeah,
that. I did not lose that.
good,
That I
good.
preserved.
I'm happy that
The interview with the kid. I did not have that on
that
the
was so
laptop.
heavy to watch for me. That was so heavy. And it's not because he's dramatic, right? He's not. He's very restrained, very not emotional or holding back emotions.
Mm.
But you know that what they talking, what they experiencing, and
Oh yeah.
how you can try
The
to
yeah. The second article
hide.
that I wrote
Uh,
is about that actually.
send back to the boy because I think the boy would love to see it, right?
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
it would
can,
be great if I could send it once it's published.
yeah, that would be the best. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
I think he would appreciate it because one of the things he was talking about that he really wants the world to
yeah.
know, right?
Yeah. He wants
So
it
we
to
do have a
be
responsibility to
talked
talk
about.
about these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
actually, yeah. All right then. I'll see you.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. disconnected. Over. Hold on. You leave the call. How was that? How did you like this conversation that I had about Hungarian politics and many other things besides? How did you enjoy? Did you enjoy? This is a difficult enemy. Don't be mad at me for dying here a lot, okay? This is a difficult enemy. This is not an easy enemy. So yes, please consider joining lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing. I'm still building up a little bit of a fund because I don't like, I haven't mentioned this, but all the stuff that I do in Ukraine, I do from the money that I earn from streaming. Does that make sense? All that I do with...
That's better.
Take cover. I'll do it.
Bring it on.
Oh my
Let's
god.
carve a path.
Merci.
Yes.
Anja.
Once I start avoiding these attacks, once I learn how to avoid these. One day I will learn how to avoid.
Watch out, my elf.
Please, fine.
I've been through worse.
Gosh. I was very informative, but I need to look up a bunch of stuff now to have a better understanding. You're a crowd funded. Yes, sort of. Well, I'm audience funded. I stream politics, gaming, etc. And I do the begging. Okay? I do the begging. Like, do you know a streamer called Xander Hall?
Break.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Did you see that? Did you see what just happened? Ooh. Oh my god. 7,000 damage.
Hurts.
Oh my god. Did you see that?
Good.
I hope you saw that.
Beto, dodge.
I'll manage.
Can you avoid that? But yes. I spent quite a lot of money on the translator recently.
That's better.
Wait, what? Oh no, he absorbs fire damage.
A storm is coming.
$215 or something.
I'll do it.
Oh, I thought I'd avoid it. Also, keep in mind, I think it's relevant that
Oh well.
On me. Hurry it.
whatever you give me in dollars has 4 times more power in Polish. Plus the Polish currency is 4 times weaker than the dollar. I assume you're from the US.
Again.
Kind of.
Sorry, I failed.
Look at this!
A storm is coming.
Perfect. I've learned.
Oh well.
Lune, watch out. Okay. Finesse.
We might win this yet.
Finesse and precision.
Let's carve a path. Target marked.
Good.
On guard.
Careful, my.
All right, we did it.
Careful, Verso. A storm is coming. Danger!
Watch out. Oh well. Watch out, my elf.
Dodge. Look at this. Look at this.
Ready to strike.
Woo! Side donation preferred? Yes, because side donation preferred because side donation takes away the least amount of money from me. YouTube takes quite a lot, Twitch takes quite a lot, and the side donation takes only 10%. It used to be nothing, but now it's 10%, but it's still far less than anything else. So the side donation is preferred. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I use it for the travel expenses, mostly, to be honest.
Break.
I used to get a ticket. Although in this case, I did sort of,
Precision.
I did sort of kind of go back to Poland to take care of the dog because he was missing me, like, he was depressed. He was very depressed.
Oh well.
Okay, I was doing, I feel like I was doing pretty well there until I wasn't.
I won't waste this.
I feel like I should be able to avoid it. Okay, this I should be able to carry at this point. Oh my god. That's the end of the road for me.
I'm ready.
I have one more timeline. I have to set up my PayPal and wait for a paycheck. Takichi speaking anytime you can. I'll be trying to go to Ukraine in a couple of days. I'll be trying to head out again in a couple of days to continue work. Okay, I'll try again, okay? I'll try again. But thank you very much. This community that I've created is well known for being very small, but also very generous. I'm what you call a micro streamer. I think that's a fair way to describe me.
Chroma is flowing.
I'm doing very bad now because I'm trying to carry things that I should not be. Obscure, you're watching me fail at a battle. You're watching me fail at obscure. You know, what do you call it? Obscure manifestation of. But hey, we did a politics segment. Hold on, I'll get it right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Maybe more people will join. Maybe more people are awake now. Hold on. Alright. Also, I have a Discord. I'll be right back. Also, is that... Oh, I have to put in the keyboard. I had a big problem with the laptop. Oh, one last left. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, it was just that amount. Hold on, I have to check something. $236. 236. Yes. Oh my gosh. Thank God. It feels so good to be able to archive data. Oh, so good. So good. It feels so good. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm playing with the dog. Who's Bushu? Bushu? Mister? Hey, mister! Is anybody still here? Is everybody still here? Anybody, everybody? Wow, okay. It's been a whole week since I played. Obscure Hey, Resident. Oh, do you watch Brooks? Hello, do you watch Brooks while we're talking about Present Sunday? Yeah. Hold on, we're gonna try to... Okay, I tried. I really tried to... parry it. It's a difficult enemy for me.
Just try it.
I have to figure out the timing. Am I doing it too late? Am I... Oh yeah.
Take your shot.
Yeah. I did not parry it. Okay, I cannot parry for crap. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button! Oh my god, I'm pressing the wrong button. That's what I've been... That's why I haven't been parrying it. I've been pressing the wrong button all this time. Oh my god, I've been pressing the wrong parry button. Hey Brooks, what's that? Some kind of philosophical cave troll? Yes. One that is not ashamed. Just like me, I'm not ashamed to say that I messed up and I've been trying to parry while pressing the wrong button. Okay, let's try to parry now, okay? Yeah! Oh my god! I knew it! I knew that I wasn't that bad at parrying, okay? I'm like, wait, I have the timing correct? It should be right. I'm parrying it. Why aren't you parrying? And then I figured out I was just pressing the wrong button. I would have never parried it in my life. Ever. I had no chance, okay? There was no chance for me to parry it. You're the reverse DSP? What is a DSP? I am the beginning of my journey when it comes to philosophy. My goodness. Wow. Oh gosh, I never would have gotten it. Uh-oh. Wrong weapon.
Let's push forward.
Let's cover path. Oh well.
Rooney, watch out! Not giving up.
Here. Take cover.
On guard.
I changed the weapon.
Finesse and precision.
A storm is coming.
Someone who pushes buttons up but makes the same mistake over and over and over and then blames the game and rage quits. Oh my god. I've just been pressing the wrong
Luna, careful.
Brilliant. Okay, I'm making progress now that I've wow.
You can do better.
I'm ready. Careful, my ally.
Oh my god, I can't get over the fact that I've been doing pretty good timing all this time, but I've been pressing the wrong button. I do blame the game often, but I rarely outright rage quit. He's more philosophical than Paul though. We're gonna get... Oh, we have to revive. No way, we don't. Oh.
Oh well.
Some of it gets absorbed, but you know what? Oh! Oh my god. Did you see that?
Precise strike.
We might actually win.
En garde.
Oh my gosh. Why did I do that? There we go.
Target marked. Watch out.
So dodge.
No, we don't have to dodge.
So dodge.
Ready to strike.
Let the ink flow.
Oh well.
Okay, that
Ready
was
to
not...
carry.
Yeah, I was in fact not ready to parry.
Maximum damage. Just try it.
Hurry. Let's dance.
Not impressed.
I am trying to parry it, okay?
Finesse and precision.
A storm is coming.
We bought once more.
I'll do my best to parry it. Like so. Even if some of it gets absorbed. Brooks? Why? Like small rivers and streams? Yes. I mean, Brooks is a little bit like a small river. Wait, what happened? Oh. You should all join the page, the side page. Come on.
Ready to strike.
Be good sport. Let's celebrate me maybe winning this fight together. Oh! Did you see that? That was amazing. That was a parry if I ever saw one.
Ice. Shatter. Take cover.
Watch out, Maya. Let's try it.
Take down their shields.
Here we go.
A storm is coming.
Almost dead.
Not up. Please survive.
Really? All that time when I was doing amazing only for me to die like that?
Try me.
And on the easy thing as well? I cannot believe
Do
this.
me in.
I cannot believe this crap. Oh my god, I failed. This is embarrassing. I thought I'd win for sure. Listen, now I will win for sure. I'm learning. I'm learning the attack patterns and stuff. Like it's okay. We're gonna win now. This is the moment that we win. We will prevail in the end. It's gonna be our great moment. You're gonna be clapping and stuff. It's gonna be like in those stories where everybody claps in the end. See? Everybody clapped, even though I once again forgot to change the weapon to something less fiery.
You won't disappoint.
Brace yourself. Careful, Verso.
Anka. Finesse and precision.
There you have it.
Bring it on. Ready to strike. Break.
Not looking good.
Oh well. Just try it. Let's carve a path. Target marked.
Finesse and precision.
A storm is coming. Take cover.
Ready to strike. Break.
Oh my god. Perfect.
Overflowing with energy. Ice. Shatter. Danger.
Let's spill some ink.
Sometimes I get too overeager to
Let's finish this.
Harry. Bye bye, Steve Calls. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being on this. And I hope to see you again.
Watch out.
Danger!
Not impressed. Might have. Target marked.
Yeah. We will win.
Not up!
That was not good. Oh, it's good, but not good at the same time.
Break.
Not the best.
Finesse and precision.
Yeah, careful.
Please survive. Finesse and grace.
Target marked.
Please survive.
Watch out.
Ah,
Let us stay low.
You're outmatched. Target marked.
yes, we won. Polish Combat Catalyst ×2. Full of Lumina 9. Energizing Parry level 9. Lueston. New weapon. Whew! You see that? That was great, wasn't it? Does this not warrant a congratulations? I think that warrants a congratulations. Oh yeah, let's watch this.
Emily, Expedition Wolf 41. My bag's getting weighed down from all my kills. Maybe I need to pick smaller trophies. Estelle bagged 7 of those armoured nevs. So I gotta get at least 8 in this next batch if I'm gonna beat her. Leah showed me how to double up my weapon pictos. Might not be stable, but the bang's gonna be worth it. The paintbrus might be out of our reach, but her minions aren't. And if I die, I'm gonna make sure I die big. Like Xavier says, subtlety is not our game. We only live till 40. So let's go make some friends.
Wow. Whew. Let's go make some friends. Upgrade attributes. We have to find 2 more to unlock rare loot.
Expedition 57, Carla. These siege engines seemed much more powerful in Lumiere. But on this battlefield, next to all these broken bodies, staring at the true size of the monolith, I feel despair. I dare not show my true feelings. As commander, I cannot yield to fear, but I can't help but wonder, is pressing forward the correct course of action? Our lives are forfeit anyway, but is there perhaps a better way to spend such precious coin?
That is always a good question. The coin being their lives, of course. Oh! A merchant. Fight the merchant. What is this? Whose weapon is this? Yeah, I will buy it, but whose weapon is this?
Oh well. Let's carve a path.
Wait, hold on. Why am I not dodging? There we go. Too slow. Way too slow. Slow
I
first.
think I'll improvise. Didn't really need it.
I did need it. Don't lie. I needed it a lot. Actually.
Bring it on. Not impressed. My turn. Break.
I am way too slow.
My turn. I would have lived. Not impressed.
Oh my gosh, I'm so...
Let's carve a path.
It's just good through it. That's cheating. That's merchant stuff. Boom. Bam! One parry, and it's over.
Ah, tous les comme ma Willow, fausse équipe.
Let's see. Obscure. Unlocked for melee. Well, we got our extra item.
Oh putain.
Uh, Obscure outfit. How did you like Bloody French? Bro. It's a good game though. It's an excellent gamin. Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought I saw, because again, we need to go here, and if you look here, where is it actually? If you look here, there's a thing here, right? And we already struck down one of the thingies, and we need 2 more in order to get the extra good loot that's here. The loot here is second one. Just spotted. So we only need 1 more, which should be somewhere around here. If the tales are to be believed. Oh.
Useful.
Oh wait, that was it. We already got 3 plus 1 chroma elixir, so we have 4 now. Lavender Frenchiness. Yeah, Frenchiness. We did it. We got an extra elixir. It's like getting those elixirs in Souls games. Gosh, this game is so good. Have I mentioned how good this game was? Have I ever mentioned it to my beautiful, beautiful audience? Just how great this game is? It's a thing of legend. Legendary. 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 Hold up. Oh yeah, I believe that the data should be uploaded now. I have it stored in 2 places. Yes, it's completed. 236. So now I can delete the data from the hard drive. Control A. Delete. Yes, I want to permanently delete, even though it hurts me. Sort of kind of weirdly hurts me. Because I keep being paranoid, even though I have it actually have it now safely stored in 2 different places, on the cloud and on a separate hard drive, so that's good. So now I can Steam, okay, go to Steam library and go first of all, where is the game? God, where is the game? Oh, what do I do? Oh, how do I do this? Ah, yes. Docker. Okay, I'll download it later. There's one thing that I can do on the desktop. I can download. You know what I can download? I've been gifted the game Battlefront. Is it a good game? Battlefront 2? 90 gigabytes, which I barely just have on one of the hard drives. So it's starting to download now. It's reserving space. Is it good? Do you feel like it's a good game? My gosh. All right. Oh. Okay, let's do some story. We're entering a cutscene.
Hey. You holding up? We're almost there.
Holding up. Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death. I don't want to see that anymore.
Look, my
I
Elliot.
thought you would understand. You said you spent your immortality burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you. Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
We need to continue.
Why do you...
Mael. You know what we must do. When one falls, come on. Are you hurt?
Fine. Thanks.
Ready?
It's gonna be a tough enemy, isn't it? How many hits?
I'm ready.
How many hits now?
You're outmatched. Bring it on.
A storm is coming.
Target locked. Watch out, my elf.
On me.
Miracle should be parrying this.
Finesse and precision. Parry.
I tried.
On guard.
I tried to parry it. Thanks for the advice. I suck, I know.
Break.
Ooh.
Thunder.
Oh well.
Finesse and grace.
Careful, Verso.
I couldn't gotten it. You feel like I could have gotten it?
Let the ink flow.
Oh my god.
My turn.
Thanks.
Let's carve a path.
Chroma is flowing.
Gone up.
There we have it.
Finesse and precision.
Oh no.
Oh well.
Oh my god.
I'm ready.
I hope there's a checkpoint. I sincerely hope there's a checkpoint. Hello. Hi Fido. Hello Defa Filipopoulos. Listen, if you like what I do, my values and politics, etc., then first of all consider joining the page and donating or subscribing. And second of all, consider trying to get me a raid. Also, let's see how the download is going along of the game. 7% done. 8% done. So it'll be done at some point. But yes, Fido is here. Fido missed me a lot.
Break.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Let's push
This is
forward.
crazy. Are you seeing this? This is crazy. This is crazy. Too much. This is unreasonable. Is that okay for me to say this is unreasonable? What?
Let's carve a path.
This is crazy.
Merci. Parry it.
Hello. Привет, Lucy. Hello. Hello, Greater Rain. I'm back for a moment at home. I greeted Fido. Fido was waiting for me at the door to the garden, just like everybody described. And now I'm gaining funds to go to the train again. And I'm playing Obscure Expedition 33. Hold on, I'm gonna pet him a bit. Because I'm gonna leave in a few days and I feel like he'll be sad again. But yes, welcome. Welcome to this chilly stream. I've done a politics segment together with Karasu, so, you know, you cannot say that I did nothing. I have to brush him. I feel like nobody has brushed him all this time, and I feel like he needs a brushing. First of all, he needs a brushing. And second of all, oh, I'm adding a different goal, okay? If you want to add a different goal, donation goal, it's to take Fido to veterinarian for a checkup. I should take him for a checkup, but I don't have the money. So if you feel any mercy, you know. How are you, Greater Rain? Taras was angry at me.
I'm ready.
My turn.
Oh no, I cannot be healed. Oof, that is bad. That is actually very bad.
Hurts.
Verso dodge.
I tried. angry at you? Why? I'm also tired and someone blah. Oh, because I didn't tell her that I returned safe to Poland.
My turn.
I was feeling a bit groggy. Oh my god.
A storm is coming.
I'm ready.
Okay, that's not good.
Okay.
Okay, you can stop now. I'm dead. God.
Roma is flowing.
How did I...
Not today.
That is impressive, isn't it? I was impressive. I'm impressed, at least. Not so. Zulu. I don't think he's used to the heat. This is his first summer.
Well, turns out this Nevron wasn't that strong, but you did well. You learn fast.
All this. This is what we're fighting for.
Ooh! New weapon for the big boy guy. Ooh! Wait, hold on. What does this... What? Okay, it feels so weak. This weapon feels so weak. You know what? Whatever. My current weapon is better. God, I got so many pictos. Combo attack. You're kidding. He has very. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, I should add more pictos. Speaking of, I should be. Let's explore this area out there. The game is called Exploration, right? Exploration 33. Wait, I have to change up a few things as well. Yeah, we should learn more pictos. That's the ticket. Oh my gosh, the chat went so quiet that I'm starting to think that I've lost the internet or something. But that cannot be true. I've not lost the internet. I've not lost connection. Have I already bragged about the fact that I've backed up my data on a separate hard drive as well as in the cloud? I did my bragging moment about something that I should have been doing a long time ago. Listen, I've learned my lesson. Better late than never. And stuff like that, right? Am I right? Better late than never?
Is this the place?
Yeah. We can bury your friend under this tree, if that's okay with you.
Couldn't wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustav.
I'll finish what you started. The paintress, Renoir, they will pay.
No more dome. Just open skies.
save them, Gustav. Emma, your apprentices, everyone.
You can leave it to us. You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Say hi to Soph for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. See you in the next life.
Yeah, we must persist. That's the one thing that we can do. Persist. Where's Gustav's hand? Rip that guy for real, for real. Hey! First of all, he was my favorite character. Second of all, he was the main protagonist of the game, okay? It's a pretty big deal when a game decides to kill the main protagonist of a game. Actually. I think. But welcome to the stream, Random 3PO. It's a bit too loud. 1%. I have to head back and see what I've missed.
Hours. Then there's a big lake. We shouldn't go there at all. We should make a right, and then it's gonna take a few hours, and then we make a stop. We get some rest and some food, and then from there, we head north to Monoko Station.
Why there?
To recruit my oldest friend. We'll need the extra firepower, because our next goal will be to take down the Paintress' heart.
Her heart?
Yes. You can't just stroll up to the Paintress. The chroma there is far too dense. It erases anyone who gets close. But if we destroy her heart, the barrier will fall.
Okay. So where is this heart? What does it look like?
Looks like a heart.
What it looks like, that I don't know. But I do know that it's somewhere in the center of old Lumiere.
You found old Lumiere?
Yes.
So it's true. Before the fracture, our Lumiere was part of a larger city on the continent.
I've traveled with many expeditions. I was with the 58th when we found old Lumiere. But Renoir erased them before we could get further. And I don't know much more.
All right then. Let's go meet your friend at Minoko Station. And then, we'll take the Paintress's heart.
Mashkuran Lagan, I'm used to this happening. Yeah, but that's an anime, isn't it? I think. In games, it's not so... Pretty rare in games. Okay, let's power up our weapons and stuff like that. Am I right? Also, we have to go back to that other area and explore it. Upgrade weapons. Oh, I should level this weapon up definitely. Polish Chroma Catalyst. Repellent. Also, let's upgrade some stuff. Oh. I'm trying to distribute those points evenly. Not to, like, favor any one character. If that makes sense. Well, I'm just watching you play, so this is basically an anime from my perspective. I mean, that's true. That's true. Listen, all of you should go to the side chat where Greater Rank is. And consider subscribing or donating, because I'll be going back to Ukraine soon.
That was sad.
Yeah.
You were sad.
Yeah.
You were thinking of Julie.
And not just her, but... Yeah.
Want a hug?
Yeah. I do.
Aww. Yeah, I do.
She reminds me of someone.
Who? Mael?
Have I met her before?
Well, you also thought you knew Ciel.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
Sometimes I feel like you know everyone.
Oh well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but different.
Right, so, maybe it's that.
Yes. Ah, just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Mael is Mael's cousin. Yes, that's it. You're so very wise.
Yep. Verso the Wise.
Oh, great name. Oh, can I be Eskia the Great? No, wait. How about Eskia the Brave? Oh, no. Eskia the Great is better.
You're just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
What does that do again? I have no clue what that does.
How come Minoko lives so far from the other Jestrels?
Minoko's a searcher. They travel the land looking for Jestrels who went missing after the fracture.
The lost Jestrels.
Yeah. That and he, pissed off Golgra.
Your oldest friend is a Jestral.
Yes. We've been friends for as long as I can remember.
Gustav would have loved that.
Why? Because he liked Gestrels?
Because he liked the idea of friendships that could last decades. We don't get to enjoy such long friendships in Lumiere. Why are you allying yourself with us?
Not a lot of options out here, in case you hadn't noticed.
What about the previous expeditioners? Did you help them too? Yet they still failed.
That's a terrible way to ask questions. Do you always interrogate people like this?
Given the circumstances, I think we can skip the pleasantries, no?
Alliances are usually give and take, as are conversations. Trust goes both ways, no?
Alright then. As a gesture of good faith, I'll show you how to use Lumina.
No need. I got it.
Well, aren't you a quick study?
But I appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Trust works both ways.
Like we already established that. Alright, as a gesture of good.
Alright. As a gesture of good faith, I'll answer 3 questions. Choose wisely.
Only 3.
Someone's a bit greedy.
3 questions with 3 follow-ups.
You're really pushing this.
I think it's reasonable.
Alright. Go for it.
What do those do? What do those relationship things do?
How far up the mountain is Minoko Station? Will we see snow?
Not too high, but yeah. There's usually snow.
Fantastic.
Oh, right. There's no snow in Lumiere.
No, only in books and paintings. It's almost as mythical as Gestrels.
And just as fun. And sometimes just as deadly.
Oh. My husband was obsessed with the idea of snow. I can't wait to see some.
Oh, he has a scar on her belly. The Caesar's.
That you will.
The Caesar's cut. I haven't noticed that before.
You seem less stressed than the others.
Is that your conclusion? After your extensive observation of our team?
Yes.
There must be better uses of your time than analysing our stress levels.
Well, it's important to understand your teammates.
Says the mysterious stranger who has yet to share much about himself.
Then consider this my attempt to be less mysterious.
Oh, is that what this is?
I'll trade you a story for a story. Quite fair, I think.
I'll trade you. A story for a story. Quite fair, I think.
Well, there are stories, and then there are stories. You first, then.
Something epic then, full of battle and danger.
Something epic then? Full of battle and danger?
No. Tell me something dark and melancholy and personal.
Ooh, going straight for the heavy stuff, huh?
If we're going to share, let's share.
Story for a story, right?
We'll see.
Evasive. We have to write in the journal as well. For Gustav's apprentices. spends time writing Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She gathers her courage and writes about Gustav's sacrifice, how he laid the trail. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read this journal someday.
Thanks. It really was a beautiful place.
Glad you liked it. I've buried friends there too. You were right about condolences. We offered them because we don't know what else to say, but there's no comfort there.
No.
All we can do is carry them with us.
I guess. Sorry. It's just what.
Drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join the expedition? I mean, with the Gamage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
Out here seemed better than in there. At the time.
It's natural. Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others, they really want to change things.
But changing your life also counts. Can't always shoulder the world's problems, you know? It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
Wait. I kept Gustav's, so you can have mine. You'll need one if you want to be an official member of our merry crew.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
Welcome to the disaster expedition.
Thank you.
33. What a beautiful expedition, number 33. My matter relationship increased. I'm so good with this relationship thing. Aren't I? I'm the most social person. Up to 200. Oh, it's loading. Is anybody still in the chat? Make yourselves known. Like, lock in. Please. Please lock in. Lock in. Cannot believe nobody's locking in. Thunderhall would not have been proud of you. I'm still here. Welcome. Perfect. How do you like the game? The perfect game. I'm actually downloading a new game now. The one that I've been gifted, one in Ukraine. Called Battlefront 2. And it's downloading. Hold on. 30% has downloaded. It's a Star Wars game. Whoa. We have to go back.
How far to Minoko Station?
With SGA? That should be quick.
Apologies to all the French speakers. Well, none of them are here right now, so it's okay. It's alright. How many people? 7 people have liked this. That's okay. 7 people have liked the stream. Lettuce. Is Thailand heading for another military coup? Do you think so? Is Thailand heading for a military coup? Alright, so what we've learned today is that the opposition in Hungary might actually be pretty cool. So it's gonna be next year. Parliamentary election. I'm holding my breath.
An advantage.
We just gained an advantage and nobody even, I don't know. Nobody said anything. I should be more excited about my advantage. Doesn't my advantage excite you? In the slightest? Even a little bit. Like, come on. Come on. Je l'aime le soir. Mes enfants. Item.
An advantage.
First sounds like we're talking about something else. Doesn't my advantage excite you? No, we're talking about the item in the game. My gosh. Feels like I have nurtured a very perverted audience, as well as very kind and nice, but also very perverted audience. You know? Oh, it's a backtrack thing. Okay. This is the bridge that fell. Alright, we've gained a cool item. A revive item giving you plus 3 AP is pretty good actually. You know, that's a pretty good, that's significant. That is not insignificant. You have the advantage. Ooh, yay. I do. I have all the advantage in the world, all the time. My goodness. Ugh. I still find the politics of the day to be pretty funny. Maybe we'll talk about it a bit. A little bit. Just a little bit. I have gained a viewer from the Present Sunday group. Oh boy, this has been in my drawer all this time. Oh my god, Screen Watcher, thank you for the 50 generous dollars. Thank you so much. Thanks for the chat. Well, I always chat with the chatters. It's a big advantage of having a moderate audience. But thank you very much. Your first time viewing and donating. Thank you so much. I hope to see you more in here. Have I mentioned that my goal is to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer? I feel like I'm making strides. I feel like I'm making progress in growing from a micro streamer to a small streamer. Okay, I will disclose to you, I have 1% energy, but I will disclose to you what this money will go to, okay? The adventure is big, is it? I think it's pretty big actually. If I grew to a bigger size, I would actually lose some of that advantage, considering that there is, in my opinion, a pretty big, I don't know, I feel like there's pretty big value to being able to interact with people in the chat more personally than just, you know? If I grew, I would probably try to set up a separate chat for like the OGs, you know? Okay, so this donation is my ticket to Ukraine. Full disclosure, before this donation, I was not able to have the money for a ticket to Ukraine. But now I can. So, thank you. Now I have to secure some funds for travel, food, etc. But, you know, I'm positive. I'm a positive person, believe it or not. Some people might listen to these words and be like, okay, Lucy, you're full of crap. But you know what? I'm a pretty positive person overall. You know? That makes sense. Oh yeah, you know what I want to do? I want to improve an item. I think I want to improve an item. I'm going to this. I thought this was a cave. I'm gonna go to. There's a cave here somewhere. Where? Oh, what's this? Is this a? No. No, that's not it. I got lost in the cab, in a very limited space. Okay, that's the cave. Cannot believe I got lost in the camp. It's a very, very limited space to be in. I think you're more positive and optimistic than I am. Yeah? I think you're optimistic in your own right. About certain things at least. Okay. Wait, hold on. I guess it just upgraded automatically. Look at this. We should have more guests. More expert guests. I should have expert guests on the stream. Like genocide experts. I should read about, oh gosh. I'm gonna read later. Don't worry. I'm gonna read so much that it's gonna be great. Also, I should charge the phone. So I'm gonna step away for a second and plug in the phone. And I'm also gonna pet Fido, and I'm also gonna go to the toilet. The toilet is important. I don't know why, but I'm having a full bladder a lot today. I'm usually more composed than this. Usually have more composure than having to go to the toilet all the time. Also, I'm pretty sure this game will load much faster on the laptop because I've got an SSD in the laptop. Okay, we're gonna listen to some good music. One as I go to the toilet. This game has a really good soundtrack. Lucy, you're pregnant? What? I mean, I don't know. Would be nice to be pregnant. Would be nice. I don't think I am, but it would be nice. Is it why small better? I don't know. Would be nice, but I don't think that's in the cards. For at least a while. Also, make yourselves known if you're still here in the chat. I see there are more viewers viewing. I'm still here, I'm still streaming. I have to go to the toilet, I have to charge the phone. I have to spend some time with Fido. Watch. Hey, I'll show him. I think I'll show him to you. Oh, you can see him. Hyper's in chat if you can see Fido. He missed me so much. And I missed him so much. The feeling's mutual. I can see Fido. Yeah, he's a very nice dog. He's friendly to everybody. My mom told me that he was so friendly to her. He used to be more scared of her, bark a little bit, but now he became super friendly to her. Got used to her so fast. She said that she pulled her to take her place in. I'm gonna go to the toilet. And I have to charge the phone. Back. I brought a soda with me. And the dog. Wait, why isn't anybody chatting? Why isn't the chat chatting? Isn't the whole point of the chat to chat? Why don't you chat, chat? I was thinking too. What a coincidence. We were both thinking. I like to think. Sometimes it sucks to think like something. But whenever I say I'm thinking, my mom says, well, congratulations. Well done, congratulations. I never want kids. Pregnancy seems terrible and creation of love seems selfish and cruel. You sound like the girlfriend of the protagonist of this game. Sophie, the one that died at the beginning. That said that bringing a new life to this cruel dying world is, well, cool and bad.
Luna, careful.
I cannot believe that people said that this game is apolitical, by the way. I guess sometimes when there's subtlety in messaging, people just get totally lost, okay? Like, to say that this game is completely apolitical is what a joke, okay? Oh, this game does not insert politics. Yeah, one of the first conflicts in the game is a person saying about how in the relationship the guy wanted kids, she didn't want kids, she thinks it's cruel to bring kids to this world. Yeah, totally not political. Yeah. Jeez Louise.
Target marked.
Okay.
I guess the ticket is to insert politics and just not super spell it out, but still do it. And all the people that usually care about politics in games will eat it up and say that there's no politics.
Luna, careful.
A storm is coming.
For that period.
I think I'll improvise. Watch out!
I thought I'd carry the second one as well.
Time to hit big.
Good stuff.
On guard.
What do you think? I feel like exploring the map a little bit, you know? This game is called the Exploration 33. So it feels like a little bad not to explore at all. Right? Plus, it'll give me an advantage if I do. What is this place? Stone Quarry. Hello, Emily. Yes, good morning. Or it's 4 p.m. for me, so not exactly morning, but you know what? Good morning. I feel like people that complain about politics in games just don't like that their favorite game disagrees with them. Yeah. Or has people of color in them, or any LGBT.
That's unusual.
What happened here?
But yes. It's either one of these. I'm home temporarily. I'm gathering the funds to go to Ukraine again. I've already gathered enough money to get a ticket, so yay. Now I'm gathering for travel, food, and other expenses. Translators, projects. All of my projects are basically related to Ukraine in some way. So when I say projects, you can bet it's related to Ukraine.
Vanson, 48th. He wouldn't listen. Just kept running everyone into the ground. He acted as if he was the only true believer. That we had to trust him. 5 dead, and he wanted to double down. Thomas, not so subtly insinuated that Jean should be relieved of duty. Mutiny. Something I'd never have countenanced. Yet I have a duty to them too. It's a gutting realization.
I'm warming up dinner, by the way.
The mission is too important. The team is too important. We can't just throw our lives away for nothing. I hate that it came to this. But he broke our trust. Under Expedition Code 23, Jean Fournier is hereby relieved of duty. I, Vanson Constantine, have assumed command and have designated Thomas Flegov as lieutenant.
It says lieutenant. So is it lieutenant or lieutenant? Or is it the same? English is confusing language. English language, difficult language. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a food. It's schabowy, a classical Polish dish. Schabowy. I do love my schabowy. Never mind. Like while I had my meal prepared, I asked for too much. Schabowy. SCHABOVY. Although that must tell you nothing, but that is how you spell it. Schabowy. Kotlet schabowy. Schabowy kotlet. It's quite good. This must be Jean. Why do they turn to stone when they die? I don't think it's ever explained why they turn to stone when they die. Like, it's never explained in any way. Fido! 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 Okay, already we're back to the old song and dance. Fido is making a mess and I have to... Already back to the same old tricks. Mister! Hey, mister! Hey, mister! Okay, I'm gonna get food. Be right back. In the meantime, remember that a game is downloading. Oh. I have dinner. And a dog. What else could I want? How are you, Emily S? Are you still here? It's called what? Oh, nobody's joining, baby boy. Fido's been leaking everything ever since I came back. Fido! 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 Zostaw! Zostaw! Nie! Nie! Nie, Fido! Shut! Shut! Shut, Fido! Shut! Shut! Mister! Mister! Hey, mister! Are you just... Hold on, I have to mute myself. People hate it. Fido! Hey, mister. Mister. That's all yes, baby boy. Pretty boy. Hey, hold on. Let's check just how much percentage have we downloaded. 66%. Wow. Now I'm excited. I don't think I can even hide it. Hold on. Hello, Emily S. How are you? How have you been? I have a PS4 as well. I've played so much Dead by Daylight on the PS4. You would not believe if I told you. I mean, it's not that unbelievable, but still. I think you would not believe me if I told you. Okay, so we've explored this place. I feel like there's nothing else. You know what is bullshit? Morning people have decided when the rest of us have to start our day. I'm tired. I mean, it's not exactly morning for me. Also, morning is flexible depending on... Some people work all night and then go to bed like at 11 and then sleep during the day and then wake up at some hour. Like me. I've actually got dessert. I think I changed it to Lucy or something. I have a sleep pattern, yes. When I get super tired, I sleep. I know, I guess that's my pattern. I should do more. I feel proud of the political content we've done today with Karasu. I feel relieved a bit about the opposition party and the opposition leader. That's chaos. I thrive with chaos, okay?
On fire.
I'm like my mother in that way.
A storm is coming.
Luna, careful.
Brace yourselves.
What was that? What happened to Fido? Also, did you see that perfect carry? Oh my god, why are you running away from me? Ow. Fido. Fido. That is such a luxury. Yeah, but I also cannot just sleep whenever I want because I have to prepare for things, I have to read things. Because if I don't, then nobody will like what I have to, you know, offer. Does that make sense? To be on top of things. Have to also have prepared for Ukraine. Okay. I have to have a sleep schedule when I'm in Ukraine. That's definitely it, because the interviews are at fixed times, so I cannot just sleep whenever. Like, Ukraine turns into a regular job, sort of. Because once you're like, oh, this interview will take place at 12, then, well, you have to be there at 12, right? And what if one of your transportation means gets bombed during the night? You have to look for alternatives and be there on time. One of the subway stations that I use frequently got bombed recently. But apparently only the entrance, one of the entrances got damaged, and the station itself was fine and the subway was running like normal. I overslept one of my interviews, by the way. They're so gigantic. I wonder if you can fight them at any point. I've been told to just avoid them, but... What do you think? Should I just avoid them?
I am speed.
Can I bump into them?
Lune, watch out! Finesse and grace.
Grenades and grace, may my embrace.
Take down their shields.
Well done. Okay, that was not well done. Light it. Oh my god, that was horrible. You did not see that, okay? You did, but let's pretend you did not.
You don't get to die.
What happened to the green? Oh well, thanks, computer. The screen just went black.
Lune, watch out!
Oh, I parried one. Does that count for something? Does that earn me a reward?
Let's carve a path.
Soul Zero.
Let's dance. Some better.
I'm distracted by the fact that he's chewing on something again. I don't like it. If you choose on a sweater, then there you go. Choose on something else. Now, see.
Careful now.
margin for error.
I wish I would have parried that. I parried the last hit.
Not giving up. I can do it.
What is this card symbol?
Minoko Station is to the north, not far from here.
Oh! Look at that! Salesperson. Haircuts for TL. That's cool, isn't it? New haircuts. You like new haircuts in games, right? You like that, right? Could it be that you're big fans? Hold on, I have to. Nobody told me to adjust the camera. Nobody chose to be a professional for me. The amateur streamer. You don't have my back. What is he chewing on? Oh my, what the hell is that sound? Of course he saw me coming. Fido. Fido. You have the Oh, I'm back. Is there anybody still watching? Let's see how many likes this stream has. 8. There are 8 people watching. Exactly the same amount of people that have liked are watching. He has destroyed the globe. Oh, technically speaking, he has not destroyed the globe. He only destroyed the holding thing for the globe. Oh, you're such a piss me off. Fido. When I do this sound, it means I'm pulling out on his tail. Ding, 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 ding. Fido, Fido. Fido. Fido, chodź, Fido, chodź. Fido. Fido, Fido, stop, stop. Nie, nie Fido. Mimito. Mimito. Fido. Fido. O, Fido. Nie, rzucić. Hello, Great Rain. I'm glad you're here. Fido just did a very bad. Uspokój się. Fido! Fido! Alright, let's continue. Fuel. Oh, okay, write in the chat if you want more of obscure or politics. Okay? I would like more obscure, but the audience is king and queen and everything in between. Okay? You rule here.
Useful.
It is useful. More than you could ever imagine. Not one chat in the Twitch chat. It was not good.
Nisogega. Ah, molto più sulla fosofna bene. Ah, lucido.
Politics. Oh, you want politics? Okay. Just one fight, okay? One fight and then we'll do politics. What is this? Oh, wow. I got a new haircut. Okay, just a little bit and then we'll do politics, okay? I feel like this game does not get enough appreciation. It's such a beautiful game. Truly a wonder. What a beauty. Do you not agree with me? Do you not believe me when I tell you that this is the best thing since Swiss cheese? Great soundtrack as well. I can do this. Behind the roof. Oh, wait. Past that.
Let's cover path.
See that? No damage. Alright, get back. The game just froze. Oh, Star Wars is ready. The same. In case anybody really wanted me to play Battlefront 2. It's ready. Underappreciated. The game has, well, like dozens and dozens of Academy accolades. Even my stepbrother has played it. True, but I meant it's unappreciated in this particular chat. But yes, this game is quite popular. Deservedly so, okay? Deservedly so. This game is really good. I'm gonna have to get some people into this game when I'm in Ukraine. That's my mission.
Target marked. Incoming. Watch out, my Al.
You can stop now.
Manage. Here we go.
Down to R. Me.
Ready to evade.
Oh, I wanted to parry so bad. Yeah.
I think I'll improvise.
Okay, it's almost time for politics, okay? Almost. It's a train. There used to be a train here. Okay, we'll get to the new location and then we will... Okay? Is that okay? And then we'll do politics. There's some politics I want to talk about, especially Iran. Again, I haven't talked about it, but it happened. Should I have... Okay, level with me. Should I have streamed from the bus? I feel like all the co-passengers would have killed me if I did. But it would have been so, I don't know, raw and cool. Possibly, maybe. Would you have watched me stream from the bus? Going from one country to the other? I would have sacrificed, done this. Locomotive. Look at this locomotive. Pretty cool, huh? I would have made this sacrifice for you. No? You would have not watched? Wow. But he likes my streams. That's the takeaway that I get from this. That is my main takeaway. He's no Gustav, that's for sure.
Follow the tracks. They'll lead us to Monaco.
A train. Gustav would have liked to see that.
Is it true before the fracture, Lumiere had trains running throughout the continent?
Always running late, but running. Yes.
How... Wait, did he live before the fracture? Did this guy live before the fracture? If he's like from the expedition number 1, then surely he was like, right? Hell, deals very high damage. Okay, one fight and then we're gonna...
Here we are. Monaco Station.
Is that a Grundis? I knew it! They're real too!
Everything's real. Until it becomes fake. Contrary to what some believe, guard duty is quite rewarding. I find it meditative and instruction. I have to destroy the box. Alright, you couldn't. Oh, one more. I guess some boxes cannot be back. Feels like there's gonna be a boss fight here, to be honest with you. So we'll try it, we'll die, and then I'm gonna go to politics.
If Monaco's not here, that means... Slow as ever, mon vieux.
Oh.
Your reflexes remain sharp as ever. I approve. Eskia, did Verso pull you into another adventure? New friends.
You speak our language.
He had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies, could I, interest you in a duel?
Definitely a gestural.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Minoko down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Minoko's fighting style is a bit,
I knew there'd be a fight. Yeah, you're right. It would not have been a good idea. This is great music.
He can turn into a Nevron.
I'm just full of ideas, and not all of them are always smash hits, you know? Does that make sense? But I try.
target marked.
I'm ready.
I feel that means something. That I always try.
Let us stain them.
Let's carve a path.
Let's spill some ink.
Chroma is flowing.
Oh, no.
Precision.
I'll improvise.
That was good.
So much potential.
I'm ready.
Not impressed.
Are you impressed now? Uh-oh.
Let's spill some ink. Finesse and grace.
Let us stain them.
Keep on.
No distraction, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Noko, what are you doing here?
Noko, you said Nevron?
Oh. A stalact.
All right, I promised to do politics after this. Okay, I keep my promises, even though I'm really interested in what happens next. Know that I'm actually doing a very real sacrifice right now. Okay, I'm sacrificing a lot. I'm doing like a personal thing. Does that make sense? Does it feel like I'm sacrificing a lot for all of you? Wow. That's pretty cool. Item, there's an item here. Let me get it, please.
An advantage.
It's just about the money. Let's not get too excited. Money's not that rare in this game. Call it an advantage. Seems not feel like it doesn't feel like you're sacrificing a lot. It feels like you're procrastinating politics. Listen, I'm just having fun playing this game. I really like this game. Okay, let's do the politics. Man, game's just excellent. I will tell you that. I tell you what, this game is excellent. Home. Stop. Let's see if there's been anything new in Polish politics. I feel like I should mention it, but it feels like very niche Polish politics, but it also is pretty important because the Polish ruling coalition is in danger, so maybe I should mention it. Yeah, I mention it. And later I have to do timestamps. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to do timestamps. That is my favorite thing in the world. Timestamps. Oh boy. There's nothing better in this universe than timestamps. Oh. I'm gonna pour myself some Coke. Wait, hold on. Where's the browser thing? That's not it. That's definitely not it. I feel like... Is this... No, that cannot be. It has to be something else. Oh. Oh, this is it. This is it. This is definitely it. We've got it now. So... Wait. Where's the side chat now? Ah, there you go. Everything's ready. How do I earn Twitch viewers? That's like ever elusive Twitch viewers. Like, feels like it's impossible to get them ever. Feels like the Twitch viewers are like a rare breed of Pokemon or something. Let me clear my notifications. Wow. Instead of being here, fake Alec Hal Parker just brags on the Discord about sneezing 4 times. Just gonna note that. They're just gonna take a silent note of that. Oh boy. Okay, let's see if there's any interesting Polish news that I can talk to you about. Apart from the fact that the ruling coalition is falling apart. Does he now? Does Trump say that he's for the mutual defense clause? Last time I checked, he said, Article 5 means many things. It has many definitions, you know? There's so many definitions. You don't even know. You don't even know in how many ways you can interpret Article 5 in which you could not even imagine. You can imagine it in so many ways and interpret it in so many ways, like they've never been interpreted ever before. I'm gonna put it on screen, as it feels like all of you are left behind. Feels like it's been a while. Oh, I might as well turn off Steam. Wait, can I do this? Wait, why? Why? What? How can that be? What the hell? How? What? That makes... It doesn't make any sense. I should have 300 gigabytes of free space. Oh. But Steam tells me that I've got 50 gigabytes of free space. I don't get it. I'm trying to... Do I need more? I'm gonna check Stalker. Wait, have I put it on screen? Hold on. I feel like I got distracted. Yeah, I got distracted, of course. Of course I got distracted, because why not? Hold on. Oh, gosh. Oh, my God. Browser. Properties. Trump. Opera Lucy. Opera. Oh, yeah, there we go. I found it. Yeah, Trump says that he's all in... But I have my doubts, somehow. What else? In Polish politics, something Polish. Multinational tech project aims to deter sabotage in Baltic. Oh, there's been a lot of sabotage in the Baltics, like destroying the underground... Well, not underground, underwater cables. Electric cables. To Finland, I believe. Wow, I look so cool. My goodness. I'm the most beautifulest person in the world. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a blatant lie. That's a blatant twisting of facts. But, you know. It is what it is. Stalker. 2%. It's downloading really quickly. Thank goodness. Okay, I've got a lot of space now. Poland sees 13% surge in tourist numbers in early 2025. Wonder from what countries? Ooh. Star of the Sale, painting by Polish icon, goes for over 8 million euros. NATO to commit to invest 5% spending on defense. Okay, I'm gonna talk about this because GDP is not everything. I feel like I've touched upon this with Karasu, but I feel like it could be, I could make a very smart ass, a whole smart ass segment about it. Ooh, Denmark joins North Atlantic Defense Pact amid US criticism over Greenland. Uh-oh. Whoa. Denmark has joined a new defense partnership with Canada, Germany, and Norway to bolster security in the North Atlantic against the US, I guess. Defense Minister Troels Lund-Poulsen announced Wednesday at NATO summit. We have to defend ourselves against the United States of A. I've never expected this to happen, but apparently that is exactly where we are. It is what it is. And you know what? I welcome it. I welcome this development with all my heart. With my entire heart, I welcome this development. Okay, I feel like we're gonna do one and then I'll go to sleep. And then I'll stream at night politics. I'm gonna do a politics stream. This is technically speaking expedition stream. I like this topic. I like it very much. I like it a lot. Norway to deploy F-35 jets to Poland amid Baltic airspace violations. By Russia, by the way. By Russia. Armenian police arrests Archbishop over large and sinister coup plot. Oh, I sneezed twice. That means that someone just said something super nice about me. I think, if I'm to believe in the Japanese superstitions. And I'm super superstitious, so I believe it. Someone just said something super nice about me. Positive things. Beautiful things. NATO to boost military spending amid rising Russian threat, says Germany's Merz. Which... Okay. Wow. Donald Trump reaffirms US commitment to NATO Article 5 video, even though Trump said, I hope this quote will be here. Article 5 can mean so many different things. Let's see. Let's watch it. Oh, I already have these on. He looks so thin all of a sudden.
We're with them all the way. If you take a look at the numbers, we're with them, and they're very big. We're with them all the way.
Why is the quality so low on this video? Why? Just why? Why can't I have normal quality? Oh gosh, can I please have normal? Yeah. Can we please calm down and have normal quality? There we go.
Them all the way.
1080p is far better than 2024p. That's for sure. Damn. We will do a full screen.
We're with them all the way. If you take a look at the numbers, we're with them, and they're very big things to announce today. I don't know if you've taken the vote or you're going to take the vote, but I've been asking them to go up to 5% for a number of years, and they're going up to 5%, and that's a big, from 2%. And a lot of people didn't even pay the 2%.
What do you mean they've gone to 5%? I don't think any countries have actually gone to 5% yet, right? Like, NATO countries have just agreed to go to 5%. They're not quite there yet. I don't think Poland is at 5% yet. And Poland's the country that sort of started spending the most.
So I think that's going to be very big news. NATO is going to become very strong with us, and I appreciate doing it.
That doesn't mean anything. That's... Okay, that video does not indicate that he reaffirms Article 5 in the slightest. we're with them to the end does not mean we're gonna. Am I crazy? Like last time I checked, he said Article 5 has many definitions. Article 5 is the core principle underpinning the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and forms the backbone of its deterrence posture. It does. Asked by a journalist on Wednesday whether he was committed to the clause, Trump replied, I stand with it. That's why I'm here. If I didn't stand with it, I wouldn't be here. Okay. But then, where did he say the whole NATO Article 5 has many definitions? Speaking later at press conference, he stopped short of explicitly saying he was committed to the mutual defense provision, but added that the US is here to help them, NATO allies, protect their country. You mean countries? I left here the Hague summit saying these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff, and we're here to help them protect their country. Their countries. NATO is not a single country. Trump's commitment to Article 5 has come under doubt following comments he made during his presidential campaign about NATO being obsolete. He has also said he would not come to the aid of a member country that did not pay its way. He also basically threatened a NATO member with invasion, didn't he? At the time of Trump's statement, the defense expenditure guideline for a NATO member was 2% of GDP, a figure many allies failed to meet. Trump was vocal in his criticism of such countries, particularly in Europe, which he claimed were getting a free ride. We protect them, they don't protect us, Trump has previously said of the West-Europe defense relationship. Well, that's kind of true, but also Europe, like the US is the only country ever that has invoked Article 5, and all the other countries has responded to the United States call, so there's that, I suppose. If it means anything. Hope it means anything to anyone. Spending hike. Declaration issued after the 2-day summit included a commitment by all members to allocate 5% of GDP to defense, made up of 3.5 in direct security funding and remaining 1.5 in the form of security-related investments such as infrastructure development. Apparently, the European Union is spending a lot for defense right now, but a lot of it goes to salaries for soldiers. Not a lot of it goes to hardware or ammunition, but a lot of it goes for paying the soldiers. NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte praised the 32 allies for agreeing to the new spending levels. I mean, like I've said before, not just spending more is not enough, especially in Europe. The European Union should focus on maximizing the amount that it's spending right now, for example, by streamlining the production, not allowing each country to just produce on its own smaller quantities for bigger prices, but to streamline European manufacturing of weapons and produce more. Because the more you produce, the cheaper it is. And the less you produce, of course, the more expensive it becomes. Which is actually the situation that we have found ourselves in right now. We are finding ourselves in right now, that each European country has their own little domestic manufacturing, and that domestic manufacturing base produces less weapons. It's of good quality, but it's also a lot more expensive. The US and Russia produce their weapons much cheaper than the European Union. And that is one of the reasons why. This is a significant commitment in response to significant threats to our security, he said, adding that the increased budgetary allocations would ensure we can effectively deter aggression and defend ourselves and each other should anyone make the mistake of attacking. That actually, the increase in expenditure does not actually ensure the effectivity, okay? It does not ensure that NATO can effectively deter aggression, because as long as Europeans' weapons industry is so fragmented, as long as armies operate on different standards, each one of them, it's not gonna be effective. It's not gonna get the bang for the buck, so to speak. The new commitment was widely seen as an attempt to appease the US president and to secure his commitment to the alliance. Other NATO members had expressed concerns over US reliability after the Trump administration sidelined European allies in the Ukraine peace process and said Europe had to do more for its own defense. And of course, there's the question, there's the ever-present question of a European army, which also could be good. Europe employs quite a lot of soldiers. Trump's attempts at pursuing rapprochement with Moscow have also rang alarm bells in European capitals, where Russia is seen as the main threat to peace. But Rutte insisted on Wednesday that the North Atlantic Alliance is solid. We need to step up. All allies are united in understanding that we need to step up to stay safe, and they are acting on it, he said, adding that all 32 members are in this together, committed to Article 5, and we are determined to stand firm. He was also unequivocal on the steadfastness of the US head of state. Beautiful. President Trump has been clear, he said. America is committed to NATO. He affirmed that again today in no uncertain terms. I don't know. Trump's affirmations, I'm skeptical of them. Whenever Trump opens his mouth about international relations, especially when it comes to peace talks, negotiations, or ceasefires, I become doubtful. And so I also become a bit doubtful when I hear that Trump is committed to anything. I don't think Trump is really committed to anything, but we'll see. We'll have to see in practice how that plays out. As always, the commitment means nothing, okay? In my opinion, at least. It could shift at any moment. Unfortunate reality that we have found ourselves in, where commitments mean even less than before. It actually seems like they've not meant much earlier, but it also seems like now they mean even less. Oh, so windy. It might rain. It might rain. Okay, beautiful. I've done a beautiful segment, I feel like. So I'm going to prepare for later, and then we're going to be talking about politics tonight. It's going to be great. It's going to be the best ever. The best ever politics thing that you have ever seen. And now I will sleep a bit because I have not been able to sleep much on the bus. I will rest a bit. It's going to be amazing. I'll see you later, potato. I will end stream now by raiding you into VegCom or something. Like always. VegCom it is. Wait, what happened, Greater Rain? I'll be back later. Don't worry. What happened? I have to say goodbye? Well, for a few hours. Wait, I'll tell you for how many hours exactly. Four and a half hours, okay? Have to say goodbye for 4.5 hours. And then we'll do a politics thing. Okay. I'm sending you to Ukrainian Starks because that's the best stream ever. If there ever was a stream that I admired, it was the Ukrainian Storks. I'll see you later, Storkies. Bye-bye. We had fun with... I may or may not catch you later because... Because? Why not? Also, let me see. Okay, it's downloading ever so slowly. 32%. I'm meeting up with my aunt for dinner and we're going to play bingo. Oh, that's fine. Well, I'll see you. It's okay. 50% of my audience is going to be... I'm just kidding. It's 25%. Okay, see you. Bye-bye.